So forward aggression here, lots of skirms, lots of men-at-arms. Aggressively attacking the villagers, pushing DuDuZhu off of that stone mine. And, man, I do indeed want to see the Goths do something against the Wu. I want to see the Goths do well, but... Castle Age already for Sora Kuma. Build count's pretty similar, but far ahead in res collected is Sora Kuma. He's been applying a lot of pressure and been taking a lot of shorefish, even in the presence of that range. Enough skirms nearby that the archers can't pop out. Let's see, are things okay on the YouTube stream? Let me just double check that. It's not showing I have any viewers there. Considering ProPleb has been spamming the chat, hopefully that's okay. So we'll have another forward barracks, and it's going to be either longswords or Jian swordsmen. You know, I was thinking about the Jian swordsman the other day, and I realized that as much as maybe you think longsword should be a counter, right? In the straight up fight they win, Wu could just do their own longswords. Yeah, there's the GG upon castle. Alright, so a quick game of Morass that they started early. And similar militaries for a while. And interesting that military pop actually ahead for DuDuZhu, but Sora Kuma eventually pulled ahead. With a much better KD, because there's just one big fight there that he managed to win. Alright, I'll get this next set done properly. Let's see if the dashboard has the drafts. It does, and they're in the lobby for the next game. Okay, so as I'd expect, Sora Kuma on the left. And DuDuZhu on the right. This is the upper bracket quarterfinals, and it is a best of 5. Here we are, and it is map time. And hello, a hot cow. How's your day going? There you are. And Google Cop, how are you? Hope I can check off that map win too. So that's Morass. Won by Sora Kuma. That's on the right side, not in the middle. So many infantry civs. Double Japanese, double Dravidians, then Celts, Wu, and Goths. Never seen so many infantry civs picked before. These are hybrid maps too. I guess African Waters is very infantry heavy. And Coast to Mountain will be the next map. And hello, Bulka. There we go, now YouTube is working. How are you doing? Get my water as we're loading in. There we go. And 10 seconds, it'll be Coast to Mountain as the next map. And Chinese for Sora, Kuma, and Berbers for DuDuZhu. Almost hello, Starfire. Oh wait, I need to fade transition. There we go. Date my OBS. All right. Oh, what is this, Sora Kuma? He's not gonna TC the middle. He's gonna go to the side and do a TC. And DuDuZhu is doing the same thing. What? I thought no. On this map, you TC right on one of your straggler trees. Then you take the zebras and the elephants or the rhinos or ostriches or whatever the map gives you. What is this TC? Oh, this is the farthest up the mountain I've ever seen someone TC. Oh, DuDuZhu having the high ground over Sora Kuma. Well, that leaves two of your elephants really far away. Okay, well, both players going to dock. Chinese, of course, with all that extra pop space on the TC. And starting with a bunch of houses. I'll have a really smooth start. And doing loom and won't have much idle time. Next level strats, indeed. Well, I mean, it's over, yeah, it's over, Sora Kuma. DuDuZhu has the high ground. Hello, cool rain. Oh, I love a nice cool rain. You should go going for a run in a nice cool rain, that's the best. Like over the summertime, but it's a cool rain. Oh. It was fairly sunny this morning. Some guy asked me for directions while I was on my run. Low filter coffee. I could use some coffee too. Might help getting fish and chips out quickly. I mean, you don't need the lumber camp if you do it, right? But you will need a second building to click up anyway. Got the vibe, yes. So DuDuZhu here with a fishing ship will be fishing. Villager will be taking the box turtles by the dock. So, very similar start for both players, but the Chinese, up by 3 vills, only 9 seconds of idle time. Maybe even could be optimized to take an elephant in instead of taking the goat at the start, and then you might have 0 seconds of idle time if you get the hunt faster and drop it off properly. What if one player just rushes those houses with militia? I mean, I guess this strategy could be the counter to that instant drush we've had. Like, you'd just be drushing the TC. Ooh, okay, villager almost going down to the elephant. But she'll survive. She'll survive on 6 HP. Is this 3 vil start or 9? This is 9 vil start. And normally this map, even when it's not 9 vil start, is a 6 vil start. This was originally one of Roach's maps. But he, I think, did the settings at the same time as some of the African Kingdoms special maps were added. It was used kind of the same start there, where those had 6 villagers. Yeah, long before we had the 9 villager start, Forgotten Empires experimented with the 6 villager start. No one ever really played it, TC snipes off the camel. But the special maps all have 6 village starts. 9 vills is kind of what people have settled on. As it just kind of starts the game faster, and you don't have to deal with the nonsense of Empire Wars. Mill on the Hunt sounds a better strat than Lumber Camp for second building. Maybe? But I feel like the Lumber Camp is always necessary because you need to do double bid axe. If you want to play and take the Hunt, you're not going to do Horse Collar, especially if you have fishing ships too. So just from the perspective of getting the upgrade, I'd rather have the Lumber Camp than the middle on this map. And if your TC's like in the middle on the Hunt, you're not going to need the mill anyway. So I think I usually would prefer the Lumber Camp. And I suppose if you have a really nice TC, a mining camp instead of a lumber camp could also be an option. You're so exposed out here. 9 gets to action far too quickly. Really? I feel like 9 is a really good balance. Hello, Bozzy. Did I go over the new maps from the pup already? I didn't look at the new maps from the pup yet, no. But I did go over some of the map scripting features. And hello, hello world TY. Thank you for the follow. Get confused with 9 start, or I put them all on food to start, or put 4 on wood. That's up to you. Different builds depending on how fast you want to go. Alright, what is this barracks from DuDuZhu? What is this Ville? As I said, the TC on the wood might be the counter to the, like, instant rush or, like, sneaky strategy? But, okay. I mean, I guess you kind of get map control if you do your military down here, and then kind of, like, you have this area. Your opponent's probably not going to come over here. And then you control this area. I don't know, where's that Ville going? He's got a sneaky Ville. Got a very sneaky Ville. Yeah, it also happened in another RTS. The huts, what's the line of sight of the hut? The huts see this. The huts see this. I'll see that range going up. Yeah, as I was saying, Bowsy, I did go over some of the, I attempted to use the new map scripting features, but then realized, the updates to the arithmetic where the floating point operations maintain floats and don't round actually are far more limiting than they were in the previous patch. And implementing correct trigonometric functions is going to be a lot harder now, if at all possible. The elephant stops for a second. Oh, there's a hole, you gotta shoot the elephant. DuDuZhu, you gotta shoot the elephant, don't let it run. There's a hole. And the elephant's going back, no! Oh, there it goes, he's got it. Ooh, that was almost a disaster. A sudden disaster. Okay, this is same thing. I'll get the elephant around this way, maybe. There he goes. Alright, he's got it. No, almost. No! Okay, he doesn't have it. Okay, now he's got it. For sure this time. Oh, he's forgetting about the villager. Don't forget about the villager. No, you have loom. Okay. Whew. Okay, now, he's got it. Okay. Whew. Everything's fair. He's lost the water. At the same time, though, he's trying to sneak. He has a couple of archers forward. He's sneaking with the archers, adding in houses. And he is forward. Never before have I experienced such excitement. So a couple of skirms, and yeah, skirm defense against the archers. Skirm's OP. And Castle Age on the way. Ooh, those archers trying to get away, but too close to the TC. So I think Sora has defended this very well so far. Oh, and there's the GG from DuDuZhu. his attempt at the sneak completely and utterly foiled by the huts scouting it and Sora having immediately gone for the range and the skirms. Let's check the line of sight. These things, they do have more line of sight than the houses. Much more line of sight, indeed, now that you ask. So yeah, houses only get 1 tile line of sight before you get Town Watch. With Town Watch, they're pretty good. But these huts, oh man. Do they benefit from Town Watch? These huts are really darn good. So GG. So lost the water, his sneak didn't do anything. And he had lots of trouble with that elephant. That's 5-0 KD in favor of Sora. Morass. Chinese on this map feel pretty darn strong too. On the floating point issue, they did extend the skirm. That's not live yet though. That's not live yet. Just need to focus on hunt pathing. That's part of the pathing. Skirm, that's just in the preview. That's not live yet. That's 2-0 for Sora. It's Chinese winning over Berbers. So, the floating point issue is the fact that I cannot convert to integers anymore. when I use floating point numbers, they get rounded in many parts in map scripts. However, I myself cannot actually do any rounding or truncating or casting, because now all of the plus, minus, times, and divide operations that every operation previously rounded no longer round, and that means that there's no way to convert floats to ints that I can see, at least not easily. So I can't take a modulus even, or a remainder when dividing numbers, which is kind of necessary. So African waters, they get right into this game after the previous one. It'll be Japanese for Sora Kuma and Dravidians for DuDuZhu. Sounds too much like math. It is math. It is. And then what I realized is, if you're calculating a numerical representation of our sine and cosine, if I'm doing it with degrees, which I had been doing, I need to be able to take the modulus. And if I'm not, then I still need, if I just want to use like a power series or something, or different approximations of sine, the power series is only accurate near 0, and you need many terms away from 0 for accuracy, and that's too many for a map script, so I don't know what to do with that. And I gotta figure out another approximation. Are these Rex? These are live. These are live. That's why I'm casting at 8:30 a.m. because the game's alive. And we'll immediately have a dock to the north for DuDuZhu and to the west for Sora Kuma. So DuDuZhu not going straight for the back pond, gonna go for the side pond. Dravidians, Japanese, 2 good infantry civs. We do see a lot of men-at-arms here, so the faster attacking Japanese men-at-arms will be pretty good. Why did he resign? Blue is doing well. Yeah, blue won. Yeah, Sora Kuma won the previous match. It's wildfire. It's not really a scripting language, it's a configuration file where they added basic arithmetic. And they have a very weird implementation. John Slow, hello. We'll see only skirms. You don't think we're gonna see men-at-arms with these infantry civilizations? I mean, it is Dravidian skirms, right? They do fire faster. Or I guess it's not firing, it's throwing the javelins. Skirms counter all. They do. Really. That's maybe one of the problems. They don't have a counter unit. Scouts cost 80 food, and they're the only unit in Feudal that can somewhat counter them. But then one spear scares all the scouts away. And then you destroy your castle each timing. So maybe we see early men-at-arms, but the only advantage they have is their timing. Once the skirms come out, and they come out in numbers, those men-at-arms will be running for their lives. Skirms counter skirms? Yeah, the only way to stop a bad guy with a skirmisher is a good guy with a skirmisher. So another camel map. Lots of Bactrian camels we've had in the 2 maps, the Costa Mountain and now this. So there's DuDuZhu up to Feudal. And okay, Sora Kuma's just gonna let the Rhino run back. Sora Kuma up to Feudal 2. He'll be doing men-at-arms and trying to get in on the gold, but the range will be up in time to stop that. 8 AM on Monday. How do I get so much flexible schedule? The virtue of doing freelance work that I can schedule around the streaming. So men-at-arms coming in. That scout... Yeah, the archer just shot a zebra. Oh, poor zebra. And, well, here you go, the men-at-arms. Didn't really do much damage. All they do is slow down the archers. I guess this is what men-at-arms do. They force you to make archers if you want to clean them quickly. And then if you're making archers, you're not making skirmishers. And skirmishers kill all. Alright, look. Archers, spear, one skirm counters all of that. And now here comes the skirmisher. But this could have been DuDuZhu making 3 or 4 skirmishers in the time. He made 3 archers. That's pure skirm versus archer skirm. And second range, so this will be for more skirms. Touching on the way, let's look at the pawns. No one going for any sneak docks. DuDuZhu even fishing over here just to make sure he can see if a dock comes in. Archers and skirms go down. Skirm's getting hit by the other skirms, and feels like right now 8-4 KD in favor of Sora. Having the skirms out earlier seems to have paid off so far. A couple of dead skirms there, but the second range will help get the numbers up for DuDuZhu. And we might need a second range sometime soon for Sora if he doesn't want to start falling behind in skirm numbers. His men-at-arms he has still fighting, picking off the skirms. Now the wall's going up in the back. And stable there for Sora. Dravidian skirms are a menace. They are a menace. And as Johnslow said, skirm's best unit in the game. Gonna kill everything. They counter the camels too. So tower rush at the front. Tower does go up for both players. The towers do go up for both players, and they'll have a garrison tower war. Nope, just gonna abandon the tower, let it go down. I'll let Sora win that fight. But it will force the tower to go up, and that means it'll be hard to make another tower elsewhere. Looking at the ecos though, a bit ahead for Sora. Each player does have 2 pawns. They're not fighting, although we will have a forward dock from that villager from Sora. Double bit axe just on the way in for DuDuZhu. Sora looks like he's had that for a bit. And will the fishing ship find that villager? Ooh, it's 1 tile away. The villager see the fishing ship? No, that's 1 tile away. So back to a more even KD. Sora is still slightly ahead. But now the army count is really starting to expand for DuDuZhu. If he can keep the army count high, and then get to the next stage. And then maybe he's still in a decent spot. Getting some raids in, picking off skirms. Dravidian skirms. Nothing really under the TC to garrison and stop this. There's a scout, but scouts don't counter skirms. Oh, 1 scout. You need like 3 or 4 scouts to be able to jump that. Yeah, skirms can hoover now, yes. So it will be just over a minute later to the castle age for DuDuZhu. But if he can just pump out Dravidian skirms and do the upgrade, maybe he'll still be in a decent spot. The question is then, does Sora Kuma add a workshop as soon as he goes up to pressure? And when you're this close, a workshop usually is a good idea. You can make scorpions and mangonels to try to have units that are less hard countered by skirms. You should do pass-through damage? Troopta doesn't think skirms are strong enough yet. And wait, we have armor? That's not a skirm upgrade. Is there even a stable here? He does have to have one. Yeah, it's in the back. It's in the back. You can do the scout from it. And this dock is up. And so DuDuZhu does have line of sight of the dock. He's making his own fire. He'll be prepared in the back. Fire galley coming out for Sora Kuma. At the same time, DuDuZhu is docking in the south. Send 4 villagers, so 1 galley will not deter the dock. And the dock will go up. So skirm war at the front, knight chasing the skirms. So fires fighting on the water, don't see war galley from either player. So no upgraded fires, you're just gonna focus more on the skirm fight. Bodkin, elite skirm, on the way, still needs 25 seconds for elite skirm. And there's war galley for everyone. But prioritizing the skirmishers first. Skirm is picking off vills now. Now 1k more res collected for DuDuZhu though. Even not having the same Japanese fishing bonus. Dravidian bonus for the extra carry capacity will start to pay off now a bit as the fish are getting very far away from the docks. And he still has that safe pond in the back. Oh, and you're just gonna call the GG. Okay. Well, that was quick. That was a 40-minute set. Okay, he's just like, well, I can't stop that. There's gonna be a workshop on my face. Okay, I don't think that game was over in the slightest. Not winning with skirms, you just don't have enough skirms. I mean, he had 2 more skirms. He had a defensive workshop. He wasn't going to win this pond, or at least not easily. Well, he had 2 fires there. He might have won that pond. Could have done another dock. He was winning this one. Easy work, GG. Well, Sora Kuma will advance. That was rather quick. Oh, we have another set coming up after this then. Is this the guy who beat Margugu? DuDuZhu? Is it? Did he beat Jordan too? I remember seeing him have a competitive set against Jordan. Well, Hagbrider, thank you very much for the sub. That'll help us towards our Partner Plus goal. Thank you very much. Hope you're having a lovely day. So the next set then will be Schwenlu versus Z40. Sulfuric acid soup. I don't know if that starts right away or not. Well, all right. They're drafting right now. Let's go. Also, I don't know if Twitch is going to be playing any ads or whatnot, because now would be a good time to do it during the break. Pre-rolls off for 30 minutes. Maybe I can reset that again myself. Commercial 90? What? Okay, they're just starting their map draft. There we are. Yeah, Z40's on the left. There you go. I'll make the background a bit darker so it's more opaque. Perfect. There we are. I think that's better for the overlay. I do that simply by taking the transparent scene and copying and pasting it 3 times so it's on top of itself. Oh, we had a random Basmo picked first for Schwenlu. What? A random Basmo? My Firefox is freaking out. You've heard of T90? Now get ready for Z40. Letter and number combination. Yeah, I don't see an autocomplete for that slash command, Chupta. Alright, feed the kids, Chupta. Don't let them go hungry. Do we not have the right... I might have misclicked the map draft, wait. Okay, this is apparently the map draft. And what the heck did I just click on before? This draft looks correct. Okay, that is correct. Are they random? Out of time? It's because I think it was just the wrong draft I clicked on. Must have been. Or maybe they remade the draft and restarted the draft, and I just had the old one, and then the old one just like auto ran in the background. That's probably what happened. But yeah, random is you can elect to go random if you want to, but usually it's because you run out of time where you misclick. There's a lot of water maps in the pool. There's also Regicide Fortress. Gosh, that's going to be huge, isn't it? Wait, it says Regicide. Which version are they using? Are they using the TTL version? What fortress are they going to play on? Random Pasmo. I don't know. That's a good question. mean, I would love randoming Vasmo. I don't know if lots of players would, but I certainly would. I always love randoming a clown map. Oh, I'm wondering now if we see Z40 play Mongols on African waters with all the hunt. Oh, my factor delivery is on its way. What is Chupta messaging me about on Discord? Commercial 90, you don't have permission to perform that action. Oh, I totally didn't see this previous message he sent me. That got lost in my inbox. I factor that into my morning schedule. I might factor it into my evening schedule. Maybe we'll do Kami games while I eat food later tonight. Alright, I'm gonna just look for them to get started. This match was scheduled for 1 hour from now, but maybe they'll just go right away. Gosh, Firefox is really tripping out. Maybe restart it. I always wondered, like, what happens with YouTube? Because they give me, like, different numbers in different parts of the screen. Like, in one part, I get different viewer numbers than other parts. Alright, so once again, I just have no idea. Oh, look, there's a lobby, yes. They are going, yes. Immersion, Z40 versus Schwenlu, perfect. Lovely, they're launching. I failed to download match content. I'll restart DE. Everyone get a good thanks DE in the chat. Thanks DE, there we go. Perfect. I should maybe get my own some type of like thanks DE emote somewhere. Okay, second time's the charm joining this game. Alright. And hello, Tucson Blues, how you doing? Ah, that is a lovely looking coffee emote you have. I wish I had some coffee right now. Love some coffee. So, Schwenlu had a very good opening set that we had casted. Z40, though, still probably, I'd say, the heavy favorite in this. As they're loading in, and here we go. Let me also double check which round of the tournament this is. It is the upper bracket quarterfinals. Good, don't need to change anything on the overlay. So game number 1 will be on Immersion. We'll have Z40 as the blue shoe, and then Schwenlu as the red Japanese. Let me just get his name set up on the scoreboard. And this was how Heavenly Chorus advised me to say the name, as Schwenlu. It looks almost like a Schwenlu to me, but he said with more of like an E sound in it, so I'm going to go with Schwenlu. And I hope that's correct. Just brew some. I don't have like a coffee maker though. I need to get one. I'll probably make my morning streams easier. Does Troop to make them? Can he send one? That'd be something else. Bucket pot is the way. So I tend to have, I think it doesn't really affect me as much as it used to, but I get migraines if I drink a lot of caffeine. So I always have to limit myself like to one coffee whenever I drink coffee. So I've never actually had my own like coffee maker, as funny as it is, but I should probably try it out. Shifter should make blenders for Dave. How can one live without a coffee machine? I've always just had problems with migraines if I drink too much caffeine, so I've never dared get one. I think I should try it. I can have like 1 cup of coffee a day usually. I'll have to try it out and measure. But try it out is always a very big risk when the failing is you get a migraine and spend a day vomiting. But who knows? Well, maybe I should try it. That might increase stream productivity. Maybe that's the key to more pacifist runs, more coffee. The rhino's under the TC, taken by villagers, and a deer being pushed. I'll be under the TC, nicely done. For Schwenlu, both players docking on the outside, so Japanese versus Shu. I'll see if the Japanese try to go for men-at-arms. I have seen some nice men-at-arms pressure on this map. I've also seen instances where it just gets walled out. So it can be a very variable strategy in how successful it is. We'll have Loom on the way for both, so Schwenlu will be up a Vil later. Am I sure it's caffeine? Yes, I get it from, like, energy drinks, too. Quaker oats in the morning should help with the pacifism. Hello, Leviathan. Yeah, my father was the same way. Didn't have caffeine. Small French presso is probably the way. You try other stimulants? So we'll building a wall over to the forest. And we'll have Z40 up slightly faster. And we'll see if either player goes for another dock. Docking the middle pond, even just for the warships and control, even if you don't fish, can give you a lot of control of the map. I've not seen an AeroPress before. Make really good single servings of coffee. I'll need to ask my Discord, like, what coffee makers do people recommend? Archery range, going in front of the gold there for Schwenlu. Not going to use it as part of the wall, or not going to use the gold itself as part of the wall. We'll try to wall in front of it. I always prefer seeing that done. Caffeine helps against headaches, and usually it does. Usually it does. That's for most people. Caffeine helps against migraines, and so I have to be extra careful whenever I get like Excedrin or various over-the-counter aids for migraines, because they usually contain caffeine. I always have to make sure I get the PM versions, or the nighttime ones, because those don't. So range up, no men-at-arms from the Japanese. No men-at-arms, no aggressive forward docks. So very passive game of Immersion. That scout running away from the spear. It's different for Cobra Car Lego manufacturers. And we'll have that forward dock there for Schwenlu. We'll be taking this middle pond. Oh, actually, I think I mentioned this, but the Cobra Car that was missing a sticker, I contacted Lego support, and they're sending me a backup sticker. So I'll be able to stick it on the Cobra Car and actually have it finished. What have you started? Tucson Blues, you started T West's quest to get coffee in the morning. Okay, Scout and Spear are finding the Vil by the mill, and they're trying to trap her. She's trying to run past. Get to the TC. That Scout takes a volley of arrows. And low HP on the Vil, but that TC volley will mean the Scout can't really repeat that task for another Vil. And that mill will go up. Vil standing idle outside the palisade. Is this actually fully walled? Don't think there's a hole. Could overchop one soon, though. Spear looking for some pokes on the fishing ship, doesn't quite find one. have fletching and town watch on the way there for Z40. And yes, there was indeed a hole. Okay, yes, there was. I was right. Vindication. The scout and the spear go through, but not much they can do with how low their HP is. They'll just have to run right back. Now things get scary though as the archers start to come forward. The archers maybe will get in on this wood line. Schwenlu not noticing. Fletching is in on the archers, and there's a Vil going down. Skirm coming over with the reinforcements. And the archers are going to try to dive a second Vil. And they do so successfully, but at the cost of probably all three of the archers. Two of them go down right away, another takes a volley of arrows. On the other side, the scout and the spear, they still get in somehow. The scout goes down. Don't like losing the scout. Will the spear kill the Vil? Nope, he's double-teamed. Triple-teamed. And the other archer goes down. So all of a sudden, it's 5 units lost for Z40. Right around this base. Oh, looks like another... No, that was the third archer. That's the third archer. And that's the thing, when you cast AoE 2 enough, you start to recognize the corpses. So the archers have their quivers left over on the ground. Those are on their final decay frame. They stay there for a while. And most death animations have, I think, 60 frames, and then the final frame stays there until the timer runs out. I mean, maybe one day we'll have proper skeletons again. So fighters fighting by the dock. As the archers will come over. Oh, so now this is the thing that this is the idea I had earlier. Oh no, there's another overchop in a hole. That Tripto was reminding me of. That I was thinking about the AoE 2 scenario editor and how limited the in-game one is, and also how Capture Age has all these problems when we zoom out so far. I was thinking it might be fun to like make a scenario editor, like make a cross-platform one that would like work Windows, work on Linux, maybe even work in a web browser, and then you could like save and download scenarios straight from a web browser. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to test them there, but you could edit them there. Because I'd seen the Python library used so much for scenarios, and I'd used it myself very heavily. I thought maybe you could use some UI updates. Skeletons would be cool. If you go back and play the original AoE 1, which still works on Windows 10, hopefully it works on Windows 11. I'll need to upgrade to Windows 11 soon. It's wonderful. Oh, there's an ad that's starting soon. I got 3 snoozes left. Alright, I'm gonna try to snooze the ads so they don't happen in the middle of the game. Yeah, this is the thing I don't like about the Twitch's auto ad manager. Even if I play ads myself, it still automatically plays. Like, it doesn't delay the playing of the ads. Like my pre-roll timer, it tells me I got 48 minutes of pre-rolls off. Okay, I guess I just can't play ads manually myself. Huh. I'll need to think about this more. I might just turn it off again. So crossbows, both sides, trying to break in, but we'll have the defense there from Z40. Immediate ballistics from Schwenlu, as he also puts down a second TC. So I'm actually kind of liking Schwenlu's position here. That TC was, that TC was denied. TC was denied, so he's going to send another couple of Vils up to the north. Z40 still with a better Vil KD. Crossbows will look to break through the palisade wall. galley comes out and hits the crossbows, they'll be forced away. And TC will try to destroy, or try to kill the crossbow. That's actually a really good TC defense from Z40. And now Z40 is still forward. He's been trying to break in. He might get through that palisade, and Schwenlu has not reacted to it. There he goes, Market Wall. Market Wall will try to keep the crossbows out. Okay, and let me pause this ad. And Market will keep them away for now. Market deleted. Crossbows coming over. Thumbring on the way for Z40, but he still doesn't have ballistics. Hasn't been able to afford that university ballistics combo. And he's starting to fall behind in Vils. Schwenlu playing really well against Z40. I'd never seen Schwenlu before this tournament before, I think. But he's been playing amazing. He's been playing amazingly. Or AoE 1DE by accident, thinking it was AoE 2. Oh no. Yeah, when it first came out, it was only on the Windows Store. So Z40 gets cleaned up. All of a sudden, Schwenlu up by 10 Vils and 10 military. And he has the middle pond. Mangonel coming forward. Oh, no demo to hit the Mangonel. Crossbows will be trying to trade numbers, at least. Defensive Mangonel on the way for Schwenlu. He's getting across a couple of crossbows out. Has to run from his forward wood line, though. And he's doing Town Watch and Armor. Mangonel hits the crossbows. And Mangonel gets a hit. Alright, takes that out. Schwenlu could be about to Schwenilly up. He's about to Schwenil up. A crossbow is going to hit the Vils over here. Crossbows take them out. And Market will go up for Schwenlu, maybe? What is that Market? He just actually wants a Market, not as part of a wall. Oh, I thought there was a dock for a second when I saw the red blob on the coast. That's just a bunch of crossbows. Z40 doing a fishing ship when he might need a demo. Still would only be a feudal one, though. Doesn't have the war galley upgrade. Z40 ahead in res collected, though. Despite being in a Vil deficit for a long time, ahead in res collected. 3 TCs for both. The secret tournament identity of Ordenu, really? Really? Yeah, I never knew. Thought Ordenu just played as Ordenu. Okay, crossbows want to take out a Mangonel. Mangonel gets a hit, was slightly uphill too. So a couple of Mangonels coming forward. And they'll take out villagers. Okay, this. Oh no, Schwenlu, you had such a good Vil lead. Oh no. Oh, going for the fishing ships too. Well, there goes the Vil lead, still up by 3. The wheelbarrow then will even that out. All of a sudden, Z40 taking the score lead. Still has more res collected. Oh, no, a double mangonel kill on the wood line. 4th TC even for Z40. As he clicks up to Imp, he'll be the first one up. Schwenlu not too far behind. T90 and I have been in the same room before. We've definitely casted together at lands. We've been on camera before. The world has seen us in the same room before. Imperial Age on the way for Schwenlu. And crossbows take out a Vil. You got more Vils, and now Z40 finally with a Vil lead. So only a 30-second imp difference. And ooh, demo! Okay, nice demo on the crossbows, another demo on the way. But while the crossbows shoot the demos, they'll be picked off from behind. Oh, that one last arrow kills the demo. That was a lot of value from one arrow. Demo could have lived. Oh, sorry if there's an ad break in the middle of the game. I gotta turn the auto thing off. Let me go do that right now. I was like, oh, I'll try it out. And the experiment again was a failure. The war galley sailing around the middle. Might be able to deal with the crossbows. There's a castle, a tower, and a mangonel all in the same spot. Okay, that should hopefully be turned off, so apologies for the ads. The Arbs on this body of water, pushing through. Yeah, that could have been Arb mass, right? I mean, he still has a good number of Arbs, but that does help keep the game a bit closer. Because this is 11 Arbs instead of 20 to 30 Arbs. And dodging some ballistics a bit. Power goes up, and that'll start picking off some of the Arbs. Castle shooting at the war galleys. And still center pond control for Schwenlu. Oh, the I don't know how to pronounce this. The Luchan, the Luchan, the Luchen. However this is, it's the catapult ship. It was the catapult. We saw, the only thing I've seen of this ship is trebuchets one-shot them. Trebuchets one-shot them. And, well, I think the strength is kind of like the Droman. You make it immediately. You don't need chemistry. Lo-Tran? Really? CH makes a T sound. That is not how it's written at all. Sometimes that happens though. Sometimes words get anglicized and the anglicization doesn't actually look how they're pronounced. Okay, so Skirm raid. We all know Skirm's OP. Schwenlu going to start raiding this wood line, picking off Vils. 20 Vil lead for Z40, but Skirms might have something to say about that. These are Bracer Skirms, so very effective at killing Vils, especially with ballistics. Herbs and Vils going down. And Galleon on the way for Schwenlu. He really wants to hold on to that center pond. He's using his cannon galleons to take out that castle. And right now there's nothing that Z40 has to stop the cannon galleons. Okay, tower up over here. Vil's still wandering around. Surely Z40 will be fine. Hello, Zelos. There's Thumbring Handcart on the way. And now it's only like a 10-13 Vil lead. This pond doesn't give him as much map control as this one does. And honestly, he could just dock here. I guess maybe a good job by Z40 to dock this pond and start doing work alleys. But if Schwenlu noticed, he could maybe just dock here and win that pond. And then try to cannon galleon that castle again. I guess the downside to having so much navy in the middle is that you can't move it around. And maybe he's overinvested there. Also, only the traction trebs for the shoe. And unique tech for additional projectiles for the siege ships is not in. That's a traction treb going down. And the range will go down to the galleons. Siege engineers on the way, masonry on the way. Why not just spell them as like South instead of yeah, and then Lotran instead of the other one? They're not standard English words, we're just making them up as we go along. I guess we're making up the spellings. I don't know, I know nothing about the process of creating Anglicizations of Chinese words. It's not a language with which I'm familiar other than through Age of Empires 2. So this is a good skirm raid. I'm not going to finish the house, actually. Z40 doesn't have 200 pop space yet. And, well, he's soon going to be down in Vils. Still up by around 5k res collected. But KD's still pretty similar. He has a lot of skirms raiding himself, too, but they're getting cleaned up by ships in the rear. He has a white feather guard. Emu would be happy. His husbandry on the way, and Arab on the way. So the score's still very close, Vil count's still close. And population's still close. The big advantage, I think, are the extra resources that Z40's managed to collect. Also, this extra pond, getting this pond, I think, was absolutely huge for him. Because now he can do his own siege ships and take out those towers. And as the Japanese, Schwenlu might need to somehow get docks, and then a couple of fast fires on this pond to win it. So Schwenlu's going for his own forward castle. Don't think the siege ships can reach that far. Both players full elite skirm. Skirms will be taking each other out. I can love skirmishers, don't we all? And that castle deleted. No Vil there, no Vils there anymore, so he'll get the stone back. Z40 though overall getting the better KD, trying to castle drop on the right on Schwenlu's gold. Schwenlu trying to do a dock to try to pressure this pond. That's a lot of forward vills. It'll be an anti-castle tower here from Schwenlu. And Z40 is just like, nope, I'm out of here. I'm not going to try to build that castle under the tower. I think he would have made it too with 16 vills. A couple of arbs coming over and more vills for Schwenlu going to mine this gold. His woodline again being raided and a gold being raided. Those skirms trapped between a tower, a galleon, and some other skirms. Yeah, age of skirmishers. Skirmishes all over, and now it'll be time for some light cav raids. What do the Shu have? Do they have Hussar? They don't have Hussar, they only have light cav. They could do more armor upgrades though. They're lacking. They only have the first attack upgrade? Is that it? Yeah, forging. They can do all the armor on them. Yasama. Yeah, Yasama towers I guess would help against these raids. As a workshop that probably will never go up. Score is just flipping back and forth. The center pond control is going to be really difficult for Z40 to work around. And, I mean, do we have Yasama? No Yasama yet. But it's not that expensive. If you ever can get up a castle, Yasama would be great. This pond here, though, such a big difficulty to work around even just one siege ship. Even if there are cannon galleons from the other pond. Let's go down. He does have the mighty skirmisher. Okay, Vills go down. And towers, he's trying to redock the pond. But this is just where I think he needs fast fire. I think fast fire is redock better. And also, it's redocking under siege ships, which is always a struggle. This is the Oasis cannon galleon situation. Okay, one of the siege ships does go down. I think the tower gets it. Wait, does this have alternate attacks against vills and buildings? What? That's shooting a bunch of arrows, not a catapult. Oh, wait, what? I never knew the ship did that. Oh gosh, it has different unit versus building attacks. It's double attack like fire lancers. Oh, I never knew that was a thing. Yeah, maybe redemption monks, but these things do a 14 range. And there's the fast fire. If only that were a demo on the light cab. It's a siege attack and a unit attack. Okay. Guess that's cool. That's some Age 3 vibes right there. Reading patch notes? Nope. I read the map scripting section of the patch notes. And all the skirms will go down. Shu light cav better than Teuton light cav? Well, Teuton only have scouts, right? They don't even have light cav. And those scouts don't even have husbandry. So probably, if they were to get all of their armor upgrades, they might be decent. But light cav with only +1 armor under all these towers? They're not gonna last all that long. They don't have bloodlines either. I mean, Teuton scouts with bloodlines probably are better, right? Because that's 5 more HP. Yeah, the Chinese get the dragon ships. I played with them once on a migration game. Ornu made them as my pocket. They seemed underwhelming to me. But maybe that's just because we didn't use them properly. I don't know. I've only seen them that one game. So more like have gone to their deaths under the towers. I guess Schwenlu is dropping in vills. Needs to queue some more. Those scores flipping back and forth like mad. On the outside skirms, trying to go for the galleons. Missiles getting skirmed down. Full of docks going up. And, ooh, arbalests peppered with arrows. Lots of arbs there going down. I make navy when you can skirm down ships? Do skirms counter ships? I mean, I guess they have lots of pierce armor, so the galleons won't be doing all that much damage to them. They'll negate 8 of that 12 attack. Skirms actually win this fight, don't they? Oh man, those galleons have 165 HP. That's nothing compared to the 35 HP javelin thrower. Maybe the galleons win this. I think they win this. Yeah, okay, there's not enough skirms. Meanwhile, the light calf raids continue. But Schwenlu gaining more vills. Does he have Yasama? No, he needs Yasama. Doesn't have the stone for it. Man, if these towers, he needs keep too. If these were keeps with Yasama, that'd be another story. As it is, the light calf still can pick some vills here and there. A lot of floating gold on both sides. Now, if you're making light calf and skirms, you're not spending gold on anything. Gold is useless. You can't make skirms with it. The only thing you can do is buy food and wood. So still gold out there, but a castle in front of it. Neither player able to take it now. And the white feather guards are moving in. So a few white feather guards might change the setup, but they themselves don't have armor. Okay, just doing armor now. Finally the light calf have their second armor. He doesn't have a castle for Yasama, right? That's the problem. He just doesn't have the food for keep. Spawn versus Yasama towers? I've never seen that. So there's GG. And nice game 1 on Immersion. Schwenlu had a lot of good moments, but Z40 will take it. And Schwenlu even had the score or the kill lead. But can't overcome that economy. That is a huge difference in economy, especially after Imp. And after those early fights. Control that middle pond was not enough for him. And GG. Yeah, who needs gold when you have skirms? Exactly. And hello, Timaloy. So it's a win for Z40 on Immersion. With the Shu over the Japanese. Picked Regicide on Coastal. So next map might be Regicide Fortress. I wonder what version they're going to use. Looks like it'll be Regicide Fortress then, because they've selected Regicide. How did that Cobra car turn out? Do I like it? I do like it, Gannicus. It's on my probably the best would be if you look at my YouTube channel on the past live streams, you'll see the finished product. I show it off there. And have they launched? They have. Ooh, Jordan's playing. Where is it? Oh, there he is. LH Fortress. We'll see what type of fortress this is. Which version of fortress did they dare to use? And, oh, I recognize those farm placements. This was my TTL fortress. Also that desert map. Yeah, this was my TTL2 fortress. Or actually there's a one-tile gap. Maybe it's not? No, this is not my TTL2 fortress. What is this? Maybe they just fixed DE's fortress. But they probably did that. Okay, those farms just happened to spawn like that then. With the gaps. Okay, never mind. This is a fixed version then of, yeah, the forces by towers by the tree. Yeah, this is a fixed version of DE's fortress, I believe, then. Where they have the king spawning properly. Okay, and I'm just gonna need to remember not to zoom out too much, because I think the zooming out is what causes Capture Age to crash. So no zooming out for me. And two kings scouting the middle of the map. This feels huge. You just like the non-optimal farm placements leave gaps. yeah, gap there, gap there, gap there for the 5 farms. That's on my to-do list. A really optimized placement of farms around the TCs for regicide maps. It looks like the Kuman Castle has a turret where the tower is. So we will have Kumans for Schwenlu. Oh, you're right. Kind of behind it makes it look like the tower is sticking up. That's cute. So Kumans for Schwenlu, and then on the other side we will have the Chinese for Z40. Boar taken. And nice little one-tile gap between these forests. Yeah, that's how I know it's not one of my fortress maps. It's DE's fortress because they leave one tile of a gap, spacing 2 other terrain types of 1 there, or like a distance from the player border of 1. You'll see that. I think this is the only example on this map. Oh, there's another one right there. Yeah, those 1-tile gaps. Not that it really matters, but it's the type of thing I notice over time as I script maps. So there's Schwenlu up to feudal, and as the Kumans, he goes for that fast feudal and the second TC for the boom. Now the downside of being Kumans is I feel like the way to play this is 2 TC boom into a fast amped forward castle and you're trebbing right away. Not really as possible when the map is this absolutely huge. Fortress doesn't crash Capture Age anymore. We're going to see. I think Filter Coffee, what I discovered was that the crashes happen when I zoom out. As I noticed my mouse cursor was on my overlay is lagging if I zoom out, and I suspect it's just when I zoom out really far, Capture Age tries to load more stuff into VRAM, and they probably never really accounted for 4K monitors zooming out far on larger maps. So I think that was the issue. You like those small defects? Yeah, it's not like they really matter, and they can be kind of cute. Oh, so let's look at this king. I've never really looked at this king before. He feels new to me. Hello there. Just waddling around. Waddle. And he waddled away. Alright, and the Chinese, this king I'm very familiar with, seen him a lot. A little lost bard. And a little garrison in that tower. King running around on the back. Red king looks like Doubt, only less cool. Oh, we should make Doubt be the king. Oh, let's be honest, Doubt's already on the monasteries. on the faith icon on the castles. He's even better than a king. He's kind of plump. Castle Age on the way for Z40, and he'll probably just add in 2 TCs and boom. The question then is how aggressively does he fight over relics? Shuko News could probably be useful in sniping off monks, even in a light cav war. So down by 4 Vils, that'll probably be a 10 Vil difference by the time he gets up, and around 15 by the time the TCs go up. And we see Z40 already pulling ahead in those resources. There's a resource collecting delay anyway, so farms 1 tile from TC still do make sense. Early on, I think that's like before wheelbarrow and handcart, you want the farms adjacent to the TC. With handcart, it makes less of a difference. One day I'll need to make a video about farms and the double food counter they have and how it gets reset when you steal farms. That's on the to-do list. There's the 40 up to the Castle Age. And Schwenlu's King ungarrisoned. Farm stealing coming back. Oh, is that coming back in the patch? Nice, nice, nice. That's been broken for a long time. You were clicking to steal a farm on the pup and the Vil would walk to a completely different farm to steal it. Oh no. Hopefully it both comes back and comes back correctly. Okay, Schwenlu scouting with his king. That is risky. Remember, the scout now is faster than the king. If Z40 were going light cav to help collect relics, this would be like, what? Where's that king going? What's the king gonna do? Just like block a monk so the scout can come over? I guess the king can't be converted, but okay, this is risky. So Castle Age on the way. Human scouts even faster. They're great at sniping kings. Now the king walked up to the relic. Oh yeah, also the Arabian wolves. These are wolves from the April patch. These guys just look really handsome. I absolutely love these units. They're amazing. Does he have that kind of content saturated? Not really. I mean, he makes videos on like the tech tree and stuff. Occasionally he'll do something on game mechanics, but he doesn't really have many videos on that. And he covers more like the units or like balance changes. Not see why adding gold to some animals and very easy to get the gold can do unbalancing stuff of where they spawn. I mean, I think that they're. I think it's fine to add new animals like that if you want to come up with custom maps. Then you can come up with new creative ways to do it or to use them. I'm sure someone could do something interesting with that. And I think the real question is, do they add them to existing maps and change the balance of existing maps? That I wouldn't want to see. I heard they were added to Arena, but that sounds kind of sketch. Only groups of 2 on arena, so basically negligible. And it's not much gold on them, right? It was like 35 gold or something small. Can it have a timer to trigger resource generation? There are hacky ways to do things like that, yes. We used to have timers for Battle Royale maps back in the Voobly days before there were actual Battle Royale maps in the game. So the king did go back, and yeah, as I said, Chuko News to help secure the middle. So Chuko News versus Kipchaks. The Kipchaks don't have to take a fight. But in the straight-up fight, I'd imagine the Chuko News would wreck them. Yeah, Survivalist has a few videos on mechanics, too. Yeah, and I think there's also a stylistic difference, like the Spirit of the Law videos when he does stuff on mechanics are kind of in isolation. My videos usually are grabbing recs from pro games and analyzing the mechanics in those recs, along with the like scenario editor explanations. Do Malian villagers get more gold from foxes? That's a good question. Soxley says, yes, I've already tested that. I guess it's just their gold drop-off. I guess they probably get more gold from oysters, too. So, Bloodlines and Imp on the way, and a forward castle. So, this is the thing about having the super large fortress map, as the castle kills a couple of Chuko News. This forward castle, instead of being, like, in the very middle of the map, and in treb range of the enemy base, is all the way back here. And we're essentially going to need a third castle from Schwenlu if he wants to treb that castle. So ballistics and handcart on the way. And I don't think he has the numbers to do this. That's too many Chuko News from Z40. So I think that Kumans are not nearly... As much as they have that speed bonus and have great mobility with their cav, I think, ironically, they're less good on the super large version of Fortress than they are on the standard size version of Fortress. Where now, I mean, he could just make ranges and make skirmishers, right? But his skirms don't have bracer. So it's hard for him to find a way to push the Chuko News. He could do like a workshops and go Onager or Siege Onager to fight Chuko News. But then that's expensive and takes him a long time to get the map presence to go forward, and he's not going to be able to treb early imp that castle from there. So just by making this army, now we have a huge Vil lead for Z40, and he actually has the res collected lead. Probably with hack and jank. Yep. Yeah, now the second, this is the third castle, right? You start with one, this is the third castle. It's all the way back here. And what he'd really like is 2 castles that are forward. Because he wants to be trebbing now. He wants to use his timing advantage to imp. But I think he just doesn't have that advantage. And if you go to the super late game, then you're maybe thinking, okay, maybe the gold runs out. The Chinese don't have Hussar on this map with how big it is. Maybe the Kumans have an advantage there. But then the Chinese still have the better skirms. I think they both have equally fully upgraded halbs. But, oh, then the Chinese also have the Fire Lancer, don't they? Yeah, they do. Oh, they have the Fire Lancer too. No Gambesons for the Fire Lancers, though. Okay, so not the best Fire Lancers. Okay, Molly and Vills do gather more gold. Alright, so ballistic sidestepping here. And individually, the Kipchak has a lot more HP than the Chuko with bloodlines in, but the Chuko is, I think, just more attack and are the stronger unit in the straight-up fight. Maybe not, though? I don't know, this is closer than I thought it'd be. Maybe they both just clear each other. So more reinforcements on the way, more Kipchaks. If anything, I think this is cost efficient for the Chuko. Thank you, Reagan, Razia, for the follow. Thank you very much and welcome to the stream. The Wiggle Micro, yes. Like forging before bracer, maybe that was a misclick. The chemistry conscription on the way. More TCs coming out from Schwenlu. Wait, what? Twitch? I turned the ad manager off. Why are we getting an auto ad break? No, I turned that off. Maybe I need to restart the stream for that to be off. Oh well. Hopefully this will be timed between games. That's a lot of Chukunis queued up in that castle. Yeah, no commercials on YouTube, of course, Remy. You had your first laming experience, and I love it. So that sounds like you were the one doing the laming, not the one being lamed. Isn't it too early for light cav? Well, and the thing is, if you're going light cav to kill trebs, you'd probably still want the armor first before the attack upgrades. Because here, you're mostly using them to dance before you're charging. With YouTube chat, yes. Thoughts on guides for making custom maps? At some point, I'm thinking of doing like an RMS in 100 seconds video. Just like a very quick introduction to it. Yeah, the YouTube chat is not on the overlay. Well, one day I'll add that. If I ever get a break in streaming for a couple days to actually do some work on stuff. So Kipchak's trying to take out the light cav, and this is why I think they need the armor, so they can stand up to the arrow fire. And both trebs going down, one more treb shot coming in, that castle will stand up. And now bigger score lead even for Z40. Green stone gates? I mean, sure, but that's also kind of tricky to set up. Because then like, you're running out of space for microing your Kipchaks if you start stonewalling the trebs here. And then if you can't micro the Kipchaks properly, the Chukonus pick off the trebs. This is not quite that simple, I think, with when the Chukonus are the ranged unit. So this Parthian tactics. So Parthian tactics is much needed for the Kipchaks. That'll give them 6 pierce armor. And then with 6 pierce armor, they can take much better fights against the Chukonus. So castle to the north on a gold, castle to the very north on a stone. Map so big, neither player realizes that they're both there. And that'll be a monk heading to pick up the relics. That'll be the 4th relic for Z40 if he secures it. Some vills to the south for Schwenlu. Z40 is also hiding a relic in the very southern corner. there was Elite Chukonu and be shocked because the Elite Chukonus looked nothing like the non-elite ones. I mean, it's the same, like, walking posture holding the Chukonu crossbow aloft. But they lose all of the white that was the main part of their color scheme. They have player colors now, but it's kind of... I don't know, I think they're harder to see. Are they pop inefficient? Depends on how well they win the fights. If you win fights hard enough, then it's not pop inefficient. Team would be stonewalling across the map. Yes, Oxy knows the classic Chinese player strategy. And saying needs a support trash unit sounds like you're trying to tell someone to make skirmishers. So Ville's on stone by that mining camp. And Ville's on the gold. Anything that was in the south was there cleaned from Schwenlu. And now there are light cav raids all over the place. Light cav lending some mobility to Z40's army composition. We'll get in on the wood line here. He's up by 10k more res collected. And he's elite Kipchaks now. The Santa Claus elite Kipchaks with a little Santa hat on them. I'll deliver some gifts to those light cav. They're very naughty raiding those vills. Some more raids will be all over the place. And split the Kipchaks up to deal with raids, but then you're weakening them by splitting them up. Oh, there's a overchop in the walls. And the light cav getting in. Hussars might help too. Hussars might help too. He tries to wall that, but he's a tile off. Remember, Kumans can't do stone walls, so no stone walling that up. A lot of Kipchaks. It's 52 Kipchaks. And they're taking a darn good fight. But not enough Chukanus or light cav here to fight this. And Schwenlu's just gonna call the GG. As what, he had 50 plus, now he's down to the 30s. And he can't stop all of these raids in his base while also fighting the Chukonus with the Kipchaks. So GG, Vills everywhere went down, and that'll be a 2-0 lead for Z40. Schwenlu, I think, played really well in that first game. I think that this, just with the size of this fortress map, the Kumans are not the civ they are on a normal-sized fortress. Also 4-0 relics, too. They ever fix Kumans? I don't know if there is a better way to balance the feudal TC. There's always a weird AoE 2 design choice from the beginning. That started in, I think, Age of Mythology. The Atlanteans could make a civ in Age early. And that was his very first civ pick too for Fortress, but didn't work out. Okay, I guess there's no point in me rolling ads if the manager is going to do it itself. And next we'll have African Waters, where I'm hoping to see Mongols. I haven't seen them played here yet. And I would love to see them. And then remember, at 16 GMT, we'll have the Heaven and Hell finals. Junso was around here earlier. He's hosting that. It'll be between Barles and Lewis. Favorite map I've created? That's probably Four Seasons. We saw that quite a bit in the first cartographers. Although, this isn't really a specific map, but the map feature I liked was all that trigonometry I did for the previous set of maps. I like those maps with tsunami like a volcano. I think you're referring to some of the custom scenario maps, where that's very different than the random map scripting, if that's what you're talking about. There's a lot of scenario triggers there. Those are always pretty fun, too. I saw T90 did a video about one with a train on it. Very impressive tournament from Lewis, especially because it's such a diverse map pool. Yeah, right, and I think Lewis plays a lot of Arabia. I know he grinds out training games a lot, though. Don't know how much he trained for Heaven and Hell. Don't know who he'd have as a training partner. Yeah, but absolutely impressive with how crazy the map pool is. So African Borders, we're getting started right away. Z40 has a 2-0 lead. He'll be playing as the Japanese. He didn't go Mongols. What was he saving Mongols for then, if not the map with 5 rhinos? Anyway, Japanese versus Malians. No foxes yet from which to gather gold. We'll have a lumber camp going up for Schwenlu. And Rhino here under the TC. Backtree and Camelize your scout on this map, so you're not picking off any villas or doing laming with the scouts. You'll have Schwenlu docking the very northern pond. Good number of fish in these ponds, usually around 12-ish. We have, 13 in this pond. So he'll do a dock, or a house then a dock. We'll have some box turtles from which to collect. Down here is Z40 already starting with the dock. Holding it on the left side. I wonder if there's an advantage to doing it on the left side if you ever want a second dock on the right then, instead of just doing one in the middle. Oh, I forgot. I need to make a Nations Cup Arabia with chickens on it. That should take like 5 minutes. Maybe we do that in between the sets. That should just be a bit of copying and pasting from Chicken Arabia. Some backstring camel out here for Z40. Taking the rhinos under the TC. And nothing really happening in the Dark Age. No aggressive laming. African waters when there's no laming. Loom on the way for both players, and they'll both click up at around the same time. 1 second of idle time for Schwenlu, but no big deal. And they'll both be up to feudal. So both good men-at-arms civs. And we'll see if they bother with men-at-arms or just go skirms. This usually is a full skirmisher map. Barracks for Z40, so neither of them have the barracks yet, and that feels like feudal transition for skirms rather than militia or men-at-arms. in a tournament where Hera has to play for his legs. I mean, Hera's lost a lot of tournaments, right? He's lost the WWC or the recent, what was it, the Medieval Masters he just lost. Is this different from Cross because of the hunt? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Also, the TC proximity, right? You're right next to each other. On Cross, you'd be more like out here and over here. Not right in the middle next to each other. Good evening, good morning. So, barracks and then the range. So, looks like this is, well, I was wrong. A late barracks, but we will still see 3-4 militia into men-at-arms from Z40. Our neighbors, they are neighbors. African Waters puts them right next to each other. Yep, this is how the map generates. This is what the map's supposed to do. And with the fourth militia, we'll have the man-at-arms upgrade in. We're trying to group up. They could maybe destroy those 2 huts. That could be annoying. You gotta make more houses. Potentially be housed. And he's going for the hut. And immediately behind that, he starts adding houses because he knows he's going to need them anyway, and he doesn't want to be housed. And looking at the dock there. Oh, we have a Vil going for a sneak dock, but there's a lion. A lion there. To help Schwenlu defend his pond. The fishing ship coming over. Schwenlu, you can notice this. You can see there's a Vil there. Put one fishing ship there, then bring another one over. You can block the dock area. Not let the Vil get a dock up. Wait until you can bring a scout back or something. But nope, he's just gonna let the dock go up. That'll go right against the edge of the map. Nothing to stop it now. And as I said, those 2 huts will go down. But Schwenlu did have to add a few houses there. Thanks for scripting the RR6 maps so much more balanced. I liked it a lot. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. That was a quick bit of scripting from requests from Rbase and T90. Oh yeah, also Valley of Kings on Regicide Rumble 6. That's going to break in the new patch. If the changes they're making to floating point arithmetic go through unchanged. So I'd need to fix that. The line attacking the Vil. Archer comes over to snipe the Vil off, force him away. A wheelbarrow on the way too. Ooh, Vil just trying to save himself. 2 HP, 2 HP, throwing down palisades. Lion staying away. Will he get back? Here come the archers. Needs another house, a gate. He gets the gate down. And he's safe from the lion. 2 HP and he lives. One more bite and he'd have been a dead man. But the Vil makes it back. So 10 watches on the way. Died from rabies because of the poor healthcare. So fire will go down. Repair is not enough. We'll have many stories to share at the bar. So market on the way there for Z40. And archer fight over here. Archers hoovering against each other. Looks like that should be a win for Schwenlu. Keeps his archers alive at the end. And he will be the first one up to the castle age. So Z40 has gone for some crazy walls. Actually, I think Capture Age reversed their position of them on the map. Didn't notice that right away. Scripting without casting num types is what you used to do when programming microcontrollers. Oh, that Vil will try to escape. Look at that. Trying to escape with his quick walls. Pond defended by Schwenlu, and he'll probably get a bit of a score lead as he's up first. That Vil count will even up as Z40 is clicking up. Z40 on 3 pawns. Schwenlu, though, attacking these fishing ships now. Archers instead of skirms, who would have thought? That fire galley will go down. Fishing ships all going down too. And Z40 will call the GG. That castle age timing will do it. The crossbows are there. And Schwenlu finds himself on the scoreboard. Oh, that'll do it. Sometimes a little castle age timing is all you need. And that forward dock didn't accomplish everything Z40 wanted it to. Lost his fish to Schwenlu's forward dock. Wasn't able to get too much of a fishing eco on the other pond. And that does it. Not going to be able to make up for the fact there are crossbows idling all of his woodlines now. And he calls it. And hello HQ. So quick game. That'll be a 13-6 KD. Schwenlu pulling ahead in military. And Z40 actually up in res collected. So quick end to that game. Oh, that will give Schwenlu a win on African waters. So Migration. Ooh, Migration's a fun map. And Brookside Battlegrounds, the 2 maps for Z40. As a loss for the Japanese. And a win for the Malians. I'm still surprised you didn't see Mongols used there. And there is always potential for a reverse sweep. Yeah, well, originally fire galleys didn't need to, or destroyed fish a lot easier, but that was balance changed at some point. Fire ships still absolutely wreck fishing ships. And they're right into the next game on Brookside. All right, so here we will have Schwenlu as the red Hindustanis to the west, and Z40 as the blue Mongols to the east. Emperor right by the TC. Nice lore for Z40. So Mongols, Hindustanis, interesting matchup. Camels from the Hindustanis might be able to cause problems for the Mongols. I still like Mengadai, but if Imp Camels, and this is a big if they catch the Mengadai, they will tear through them. Scout gonna go over find a few goats. And also keep wandering around. Zeal getting pushed in. And that should be successful. Oh, no food under the TC for Z40, though. No food under the TC. Yeah, the goats forward was pushing the gazelle. Not quite there, though. Okay, okay. Some timing there. Timing a bit off. And keep an eye, 2 seconds of idle time. Maybe just not accounting for how quickly the Mongols select their hunt. Didn't have the push in time. There's a greedy, maybe scouting with the goats. So in terms of docks, we have the dock up already for Schwenlu. This map does have a ton of small shorefish in each of these little ponds, but no deep fish. And another grid of shorefish over on the other side by the relic. Can't think of a better save to counter Mongols in late game. I think Italians can do a good job with Genoese crossbows and cannons. Same with Vietnamese with like Rat and Archer, Imp Skirm, and cannon. Saracens with Mamluks also can be up there. And so there is a loom. And Feudal Age on the way for Schwenlu. So as Hindustanis, he'll be the first player clicking up. Actually has more res collected so far, but I guess the drop-off has a big advantage for that now. I haven't seen even on Rage 4 Saracens with Mamluks can carry games against Mongols. Very situational, though. I mean, I do still have more range, and they do still do a lot of damage to Mamluks. I love how bright and happy all the flowers on this map look. Just adding in masked by the shallows. There's a lot of really pretty details. He's pushed in by the mill. There goes. And Schwenlu up to feudal. And barracks going forward for Z40. And a bit of gold. So Z40 could just do a range and go archers here. It doesn't necessarily have to go scouts. Could also fast castle and try to go steppies. And maybe you're risky against the Hindustanis who will have camels, but then camels aren't until the castle age. Maybe with some fish, FC steppies could still be the play. I mean, he should have the res to FC, and yeah, actually now that I think about it, this looks like a fast castle. Looks like a fast castle build. So then I guess he goes blacksmith stable. Archer citizens struggle against drill siege. That they can. Okay, it will be a stable. Not quite the wood yet for the second building. A fishing ship's going out to the shorefish. Oh, and a dock, a forward dock coming up for Schwenlu. That'll be occupying this pond. Okay, forward dock. And fire galley right away. No defensive fire galley, so that'll disrupt the fish. And hard to make defensive fire galleys with only 3 on gold. And horse collar on the way from the mill. Scouts running around in the rear, chasing another scout from Z40 into the corner. Reverse sweep potential. Soxy. Ooh, Soxy saying reverse sweep potential if he likes the Civ matchup. He likes the counter potential Hindustanis have against Steppe Lancers. And he's opening scouts. I think the problem is he needs to be fully walled, and it's hard to be fully walled with all the shallows and forests and stuff on this map. You're very far apart, and the rocks are a great barrier. It's also weird because you're not always fully... They can also, in many ways, make it hard to be fully walled. This is one of those maps that has trouble deciding if it's closed or open. And it's really like some combination of the two. So Schwenlu may be getting close to clicking up to castle, but... Z40 already there. And Steppe Lancer time. Alright, let's go Steppies. Phil walled in by the dock for repairs. So no more fish for Z40. Although he could maybe make a beeline for this pond. Now that he'll have some Steppies. And where do you think the Steppies go? Do they just go straight to raid Schwenlu? Or do they maybe try to clean something by the dock first? I don't think you can really get to that Vil. So maybe just go forward. And scouts are going forward at least. Oh, there's a blacksmith, and Schwenlu, once that goes up, should be able to click up. And okay, there's a Vil could turn and fight the weak scouts. Other Vil's gonna turn and fight. That's the scout going down. Here come the Steppies. This is not fully walled. And okay, that's a problem. That's a problem. All the gold's to the north. And Schwenlu will have to run back to the TC. Steppies don't have any attack upgrades, but they will nevertheless pick off 1, 2, and 3 villagers. So the spears come over, but the Steppies can poke down the spears as they did just there, still haven't taken a scratch. And this is looking like some good damage so far for Z40. Even though he has lost his fish and does have scouts hovering around in his own base, that he has not noticed, and he's losing a Vil. To low HP scouts, the TC garrison and a volley of arrows probably saves the Vil. Market going up, lots of walls everywhere. So Steppi's gonna run away from the TC. Looking to pick off the spears as one Steppe chasing some scouts in the north. Nothing else around Z40's base, and behind this he's getting an additional 2 TCs for a total of 3. Spears go down. Schwenlu just now up doing a second stable, and he's going to be pumping out camels. So after the initial Steppies, I think Z40 recognized the matchup of Mongols against the Hindustani camels, and decided, you know what, I'll just boom instead of adding in more Steppies. Well, you need to get a range unit for dealing with the camels. And more than one range, that is. Yeah, not much gold for Schwenlu to make the camels. Alright, and then TC up there, but the Steppies are looking to deny that. And for now, that will be denied. And still no gold access. Remember, absolutely no gold at the bottom of the map. And Schwenlu needs to come out here. He still has the score lead. We're down by 4 Vils, and his enemy already has all the TCs added. Steppies can try to use their range to fight the camels. And camels there will be... okay, they clean the Steppies. And Schwenlu's still with the score lead. I mean, he's up by 5,000 res collected, and I think that's in large part due to the fish, because he stopped the fishing ships at Z40. Now he just needs to make sure he doesn't fall too far behind in villagers. Because right now it's already 48 to 35. We have 7 fishing ships that are mostly on shorefish, or finishing them. Those are very inefficient and you'll need fish traps soon. And he'll be getting up a 3rd TC between the gold and the wood line too. Okay, okay. Ooh, monk, he wants a conversion. Let's see if he gets one, see if he gets one. And those ships will just sail away. Sail away for now, conversion will break. Spear in the wood line, idling a couple of villas, just being overall annoying. I think there's more damage done down here. And okay, camels, scouts around the top. I'm playing the Joan of Arc campaign so bad that it becomes good territory of the OG Forgotten Empires campaign. The Joan of Arc campaign needs the OG voice acting. It is certainly an adventure. Alright, nice Alcatraz to save the Ville. And DEs without the voice acting just makes it feel completely different, I think. So, 12 Villes ahead for Z40. He has pulled ahead in resources, but still down in score. KD does favor Schwenlu. Or, I'm sorry, Schwenlu. And the Step Lancers still gonna run around. Here with LingHe. Wheelbarrow for Z40. And monks will look to heal up the steppies a bit. As Town Watch is on the way. Just waiting for... Oh, waiting for someone to build an army and engage. Right now, everyone's just booming. 13 to 9 military. And they're so far apart. But this is okay. The first move towards taking the gold. I'll have a raid on one end at the same time as Z40 sending Villes to the north for a castle. Like Cap will pick off a monk. And we'll have a castle going up there for Z40. And wheelbarrow and scale barding armor on the way. Castle Legion in the last 3 scenarios, making entire cities in Gaia instead of just switching ownership of them being triggers, having an excess of heroes. Everything to do with the Paris scenarios. Yeah, right. The Gaia player swapping is kind of a holdover from Age 1, when they didn't have the triggers. How do we feel late game? I feel like it's you know, it's camels against Mangudai, which is one of those things that's always going to be it depends. Do the Mangudai, can they hide under castles and stop the camels from engaging, or do the camels overwhelm them? And Z40's got himself in a better eco spot now. He's up by 10 Villes. That early boom he had is paying off. But he just has camels raiding everywhere now. And raids could knock down that Ville difference a bit. They're not quite getting kills though. Camels aren't the best at raiding. Maybe they'll do better once the TC is so garrisoned it can't fit everything. And that it is now. The Arrowfire fletching on the way for Z40, recognizing he needs more firepower at his TCs. Scouts hitting Vills. Another TC to the south. Okay, nice stone mine there. Schwenlu could maybe... Imagine if he demoed Vills. Maybe it's a tile too far away from the coast for that to be effective. Monks want a conversion on a steppy, they get it. And he's raiding. He has the Vill lead now thanks to the raids. He's closed up that res collected difference. A lot of idle time. Yeah, look at that idle eco. Significantly more idled for Z40. And now they're light cav hoovering all around his base. Schwenlu with the army advantage. He's doing armor. Camel's a good unit for defending this. No bowsaw and no bowsaw. Yeah, weakest point of Mongols is that mid to late Castle Age. Their early Castle Age now is much stronger than it used to be thanks to the steppies. You were right. It's that weak point where they don't really have their eco bonus anymore. The hunt is paid off. And now they don't really do anything until Mangudai. And double castles up, so this could be a Mangudai transition. He does have 6 of them. But behind this, Schwenlu is maybe close to Imp. Z40 still up in res collected, but down in KD. I'm trying to even that up a bit. So again, all the gold is along this northwestern side of the map. Everyone trying to castle that and take it with their TCs. And holding that area is important, but also the stone is on the opposite side. So you also need your own castles on the stone so you can keep mining stone for more castles. Mongols need the pastures. Let's not change Mongols. Let's keep them how they are. I'm still not used to the Steppe Lancer change for the Mongols. Mongols are Mangudai and Siege. I think we can keep them that way. Keep Mongols how I know them. So, Light Cav want to keep the Mangudai away. What changed with Mongol Steppe? They didn't have Steppe Lancers. Mongols have been here since the Age of Kings. This tournament has all the maps from Warlords. Mostly maps from Warlords. There are a couple different ones. Like Richardside Fortress, I don't think was in Warlords. So Imperial Age on the way as the Mangudai and Camels get back under the castle. Remember when they don't remind me about that. That was horrifying. Gulams versus Mangudai. Remember Gulams, they lack the final armor upgrade in Imp, so even though they have a lot of Pierce armor in the Castle Age, it kind of falls off a bit in Imp. They're not as tanky as like a Huskarl would be. So for a castle for Schwenlu, he knows he has the timing advantage. He can just feel it, so he's going to add in Trebs. And once that Imp comes in, Trebs are going to start popping. And we all know what happens once the Trebs start popping. Well, I mean, it is Mongols. Maybe instead of the castles dropping, Mangudai just come over and destroy the Trebs. Remember, there are now 24 Mangudai on the field, and I'm pretty sure they can tank 1 or 2 volleys of castle areas to destroy a Treb. Gulams also die to Steppes? I would imagine that. Then again, everything dies to Steppes. Other than maybe Skirms. Maybe Skirms kill the Steppes so fast they don't get an engagement. We all know how powerful Skirms are. Okay, so this will be a double castle attempt from Z40, one of which will be on a hill. And he's just going to attempt to have more Treb production. Are Jurchen Steppes? I have no idea. I've never seen them. I always see Fire Lancer or Grenadier from them. There's no heavy camel for the Hindustanis. Also a big light cav raid getting to the base of Z40. Schwenlu realized that Z40's focusing on the Trebs and the castle push, and he's going to go for a raid now. And yeah, 20 Vil difference, that'll go away. The Vils don't make it in the TC. On the other side, the Mangudai, though, the Mangudai engaging, they're trying to push the Treb back, take a fight before the heavy camel upgrade comes in, and that will be a successful fight. And also with Treb going down, as there are 2 raids everywhere. Raids being cleaned up in Z40's base. Trebuchet is still around the top, keeping the Trebs away. Keeping the Trebs away, that Treb will deploy, trying to stay behind the castle so the Mangudai don't pick it off as easily, but it still can be picked off. And Treb fight there. It's Treb on a hill, though. I feel like they both lose the castle here, and this one stays up. And Treb fight. Some of the raids here have been clean. This now looks like a smoothly running eco with some fertilizer on the farms. Walls for the Treb, walls for the Treb. Going to keep the light cav out. And keep the melee units away from the Treb. And this castle will go down. If the castle goes down, that's going to give options for Mangudai to run in and snipe off Trebs. And here come 2 Mangudai. Where are the rest of the Mangudai? I've got 20, but they're not all grouped up here. Oh, there they are. They're running around by light cav out there. And this castle will probably go down too. Not enough repair vills. Okay, so both castles going down. Treb's not picked off in time. Not picked off in time. The Mangudai too worried about the camels. As Schwenlu maintains the score lead, maintains the Vil lead. Rest collected still really close. Still really, really close. Now, Treb shot on the other Trebs. Not the position you want to be in. As long as these Trebs are repaired, they will not go down. There goes some repairs. Yeah, really well done by Schwenlu. He's kept the pressure up with all those raids. I mean, Z40 was like just about right where he wanted to be. Yeah, when he got to the castle age, he got the steppy raids and the TCs up, but Schwenlu hung in there, destroyed the fish to get an eco advantage, and has held on. Now even this Treb might go down. No castle to use as a wall. Okay, mining camp goes down. Oh, Mangudai, 4 Trebs. Go for them, Mangudai. Or let them pack, then you'll do more damage. Oh, that's just light cav, Mangudai. Go for the Trebs. Go for the Trebs, don't just run. Oh, Z40 running away from the Trebs. Where are the Mangudai going? Could have destroyed 4 Trebs. Mangudai still running around. Even elite Mangudai or not. So this is the forward stable. And these Trebs continuing to push. Heavy camels killing Vils. And I think we're heading to game 5. I think Schwenlu has this. Look at that score lead now. That imp transition was so smooth for him. So there's iron casting. That'll make his raids even better. Oh yeah, no bloodlines for Z40. That's maybe a tricky one. You're usually not thinking about bloodlines this late in the game when you're doing Mangudai. Oh, there's armies of light cav and camels pouring in from every direction. This castle will be besieged. Assaulted by 4 Trebs. Down it goes. Mangudai still want to pick the Trebs. There are so many camels, so many light cav keeping them away. Greedy Hera. Camels might help. They just might, but heavy camels seem to be doing the job. But actually, Z40 doesn't have much housing space. Destroying these could actually be nice for him. So you know what Z40 needs? You know what he needs? He needs nomads. He needs nomads so he gets pop face of his house there. But I can't have full cav versus Hindus. Yeah, he's just getting overwhelmed. There's the GG, and it's game 5 time. Let's go. Back when Hera was Huang, but for scouts openings. Alright, game 5, 244 to 267 KD. That was a quick eco difference that got made up for by the raids. Schwenlu playing very aggressively, and our final game will be on Migration. Always a map. That ties it. And Brookside, a loss for Z40. That's Mongols over, or Hindustanis over Mongols. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Water Clown. The Arena of the Sea Migration. And they have their lobby. Can't wait for the Water Arena tournament. Yeah, Water Arena will be in the new patch. Dravidians Vikings? I imagine that's what we see. Dravidians Vikings. Yeah, exactly. All those raids constantly meant Z40 couldn't afford the imp techs. Alright, so launched the game, failed to download match content, relaunched the game, now we're there. And I'll have a spec delay and then get started with Migration. And here we are. We will have Z40. He'll be playing as the blue Dravidians to the west, and Schwenlu, he'll be playing as the red Vikings to the east. How is this blocking your resources? This always happens on this version of Migration. It's not always, but very likely. Here we have Deer being pushed in by Z40. So, Migration, 6 on the Deer, so not going to go for the super fast stock. Water Arena Tournament, what is that? That is hopefully a joke, Defanta Panda. Hopefully a joke. But there is a new Water Arena map that's being added in the patch. You can see it in the patch notes. It uses some of the oysters from the Capture Age DLC. Vikings equal free win. Air Index. Buying the Vikings. Confident in the Vikings. Confident maybe in some longboats if we get to the Castle Age. Confident in their water discount. Just all around confident that Schwenlu knows what he's doing and is able to pull this upset. As the deer are getting pushed in. Also, this looks like a very balanced middle. One relic directly in the center, 2 to the southeast of it, and then 2 more to the northwest, so wherever you land, it should be a fair game. Are clowns with their makeup all running? Now, running isn't in this game. Monk boat. I think there was a monk boat in the game files. It's probably used, is the Francis Drake in Victors and Vanquished? Maybe that's not because it was in the AoE 3 scenario. Basically as is. And so what are we going to see on land? I mean, 2 good infantry civs. All the extra wood for Dravidians is nice. Do we see a Rumi swordsman versus berserks? Don't know how that goes. Probably just going to see a skirm war though. It gets to land in the middle. Neither player really has a good cav line for scouting. For scouting? For countering that. For scouting it. For countering. Combined. Yeah, that's how you counter something. You gotta scout it first. Arumi shred berserkers. Okay. So then you're just gonna go elite skirm to shred the Arumi. Another lumber camp in the back for Schwenlu. Dravidians and Italians are the best migration civs you've heard. Filter coffee, filtering out the Vikings propaganda. Maintaining support for the Dravidians. There's that, I think it was it TTL2 we had migration? And Dravidians won like almost every game, if not every game. Stuff's changed a bit since then, but still definitely one of the top picks. He'll be going after gold. Feels like a normal feudal timing, not a fast castle maybe. Maybe just goes galleys and tries to go forward with them. Skirm still best, Skirm still best, yes. Yeah, 200 free wood for the Dravidians is great. I mean, more than 200 free wood, right? It's another 50 free wood from the 2 docks, plus the Vil time. Not needing those houses. So another dock going up for Schwenlu. Enjoy the longboats. Who doesn't enjoy longboats? Here's a galley. And so, galleys from both. Galley opening. Remember, fire ships not available to the Vikings, but if they do see fires from the Dravidians, then the Vikings can just go longboats, and longboats do exceptionally well against fires. I do feel like Viking longboats probably beat Dravidian galleys too, but maybe the Viking discounted galleys makes their galleys a better option than longboats. I'm never quite sure what to do there. Longboats or galleys versus galleys, but I think just going galleys themselves can be fine. He's taking a big fight behind those rocks. The guys will look to push that one back. And continue pushing them away. And that'll be a good fight for Schwenlu. Okay, takes out the galleys. And now maybe has an option to go forward. 2 defensive galleys, but it's lots of fishing ships that maybe need to come fish around this side. But at the same time, 3 galleys. Schwenlu, look at those galleys. 8 versus 4. Took some great fights at the start. And if he can maybe distract the navy up here with these galleys and sneak around the back with these, he could destroy the fish and then be in a superb spot. Some Market Blacksmith on the way for Z40. And just worried about these galleys sneaking around the south. Maybe the scout will see them. Maybe the scout will see them. And if it does, it'll be good. Okay, in the vision slightly. And they're attacking the scout. Okay, attacking the scout. So they did definitely reveal themselves. They can group up with the other galleys over here. And ooh, I think the problem is he came from both sides. And now they're going to group up, but they'll have to run. They're not going to be able to get to the fish. These ones, I think, need to distract the galleys farther away from the docks, like out here. Like, you keep them away, and then your other group can go forward. But saying that, you do have a numbers advantage here for Schwenlu. Both players up, but Z40 up slightly faster. Arrow shots on the galleys. Galleys being kind of forced away. Longbows aren't cost effective versus galley almost equal, but better micro. So Castle Age War Galley Bodkin first up for Z40. Has the timing advantage now. That'll give him a positioning change as now Schwenlu needs to run back. And Schwenlu with the first transport ship. No transport yet for Z40. That's almost automatic to see that right away as soon as you hit Castle, but not queued yet. Gonna stay on his home island. Well, worry about the university and ballistics and winning water before he goes to fight on the land. Okay, okay. This is the opposite of what Maesty would do. Yeah, very good timing indeed. So now he's up Bodkin War Galley, and he'll have a good ballistics timing. Ballistics on the way. And if this comes in before the transport, then Schwenlu is dead. And maybe it does? Maybe it does. The transport not picking up vills, just kind of being tasked towards the fight. Running away from these war galleys. Numbers are there, I think, for Schwenlu. The transport go down. Where's the transport? Transport there. Transport taking some shots. Transport just barely survives. Transport there. Will go down. It will go down. Alright. So Schwenlu's trapped at home, and he has to do an extra dock now. Still going war galleys instead of longboats. Perfectly fine as the Vikings. You have a huge discount. He's doing ballistics himself. But that fight was so far away for Z40 that he didn't even quite win it. He's destroyed all of the fishing ships aside from 4 HP. So no more fishing eco, and he will force another transport ship to be queued. But he's now down in galley numbers, down in war galleys, and has to run away. And he himself is not transported yet, nor has he done any indication of wanting to create a transport. So this is definitely not how I see migration played nowadays. Feels more like an AOC strategy on migration. He's going to lose war galleys over here too. Those need to get away. Even with the reinforcements won't have enough. Trying to be fancy with the target fire. And stop micro. And he will be forced away. And forced back to the docks in the corner. As the war galleys take out the rest of the war galleys, and they keep running. Have to group up in the corner. And no stone and no gold to buy stone. And Schwenlu's pushing forward. Schwenlu's pushing, and Schwenlu's in the middle. Okay, the transport there just in time, but the scout goes down. War galleys, oh, not gonna kill the Vils, gonna go for the fishing ships, Okay, manages to transport. Not the most successful transport though. Loses the scout. Only has 6 Vils, and now we'll lose the transport too. So gets there just in time at least, but just in time. As he's now sandwiched. Why isn't he migrating? It's because he wanted to win the water, and he focused so much on that early ballistics. But I think maybe this is showing why players don't do that too often these days, because the fight that you're taking is so far forward, unless you're also spending wood on 4 docks, which requires transporting. And then good luck doing ballistics if you've transported. He didn't win the fights enough to the point where eventually he had to fall back because the reinforcement distance was so much smaller for Schwenlu. And now 50-50 Vils, but Schwenlu with a much larger navy, 23 to 14 galleons. And we're starting to see fire ships, which could just lead to the longboat transition. If Schwenlu sees them. Those longboats, the good thing about the longboats is, while I'm questioning if they're better than galleys against galleys, they're still good against the galley line. It's not like they're useless. It's not like new turtle ships versus fires. Yeah, so Schwenlu just falling back, biding his time, and he's making a workshop. He's going for a mangonel push in the middle. Oh, mangonel will destroy the buffalo under that TC. It'll take the corpse away. Yes, it does. Yes, we've seen this in that Lewis game. We know how that works now. Yes. This is something we learned. I wonder if this happens in the new patch. So Vils want to rush down the mangonel, but they're low on HP. One goes down. Didn't they just get a buff? I mean the current patch ones, not the pup ones. The current patch. Oh, he kills the other buffalo. Current patch totals. So defensive workshop there for Z40. That's the thing. Yep, corpses on the ground, removed by attack grounds. That's, I guess, consistent with how an attack ground killing a live animal removes all the food from it. I guess an attack ground against a dead animal does it too. Demo ships too. Any type of damage removes the food. Buffalo, more like Nerfalo. No water and no land control. Oh, is Schwenlu gonna do this? Hey man, Schwenlu's been playing amazing this tournament. Yeah, he still has Z40 sandwiched here. Few war galleys out on this side. He thought that the Dravidian bonus would help. Yeah, I mean, the Dravidian bonus helped him get the university, right? But then you're spending 200 wood right on the university. He was thinking he'd be able to win the water with ballistics. That's what he was thinking, win the water with ballistics. And he took a decent fight, but then, you know, you can't stick around after that fight because of the reinforcements. Ever doubt the power of the Vikings' free win air index? Correct. Correct, perhaps, in picking the Vikings so far. 7-Ville lead, and looking at the res, feels like even a bigger stockpile for Schwenlu too. He's pressuring the TC as well. Getting more and more spam emails these days. So castle drop as the mangonels are fighting. Mangonels might clear each other. Castle drop on the TC. Castle goes up, I think it's GG. Alright. I think so too. I mean, honestly, I think it's probably GG at this point. Now look at how that eco difference just exploded. 78 to 61. Still water control for Schwenlu. 21 to 31. The war galley counts. That's what I think too, even though I just tuned in. Ducks, hello ducks. So Scout, dies to the Vil. And Berserk will be taken out by the TC. Mangonel is trading fire there. And the Vil will construct the monastery. Ooh, Berserk takes out the Mangonel. This TC will go down. Missed opportunity. The castles don't have dragons. Does it need some dragons? Needs like some Viking helmets on it. On the side, War Galley is there for Schwenlu falling back, but he is close to clicking up to Imp. He's close to Imp. This might be Schwenlu up by 20 Vils, clicks Imp, and then GG comes as Imp is in. Oh, Bowsaw! There hasn't been Bowsaw. Z40. Now that hurts. I guess hand cart farms when you don't have horse collar means you're spending wood reseeding them a lot. So maybe horse collar would be good for Schwenlu, but this hurts. So galley fight there. Galley's forward. Castle will take out the workshop, and the barracks going up for Schwenlu. So there's Imp. There's the Imp click. There's the Imp click. And we might be 233 in-game away from a GG. Especially if this fight goes well for Schwenlu. Galley numbers are equal roughly for both. Although Z40 is starting to take an advantage. Slight advantage. And this is still close. Reinforcements arriving. 7 to 11. 8 to 10. More reinforcements, though. Reinforcements going to be much later for Z40. Again, the fight's on this half of the map. And with the reinforcements, it's now evened again. And they will fall back. They will fall back now. Minute 11 away from Imp. Crossbow on the way. And more ranges, so it looks to be maybe a crossbow treb push. So good, so bang. You're cool now. I like the staircase running up the middle there, and the detail between that gate and that door. Well, that range will be denied. Is that Vil gonna survive? No. No, well, he does survive. The Berserk saves him. Now on both sides of the island, we have some presence from Schwenlu. And there's the GG. Imp, and he clicked Bracer in chemistry, but Z40 calls it. Top left is the dragon? Almost like a dragon. So Schwenlu, never really heard of him before this tournament, but he's now knocked out Z40. And Z40 is a darn good player, 88 to 80 KD. You can see how he just had the higher military that entire time. 6k res collected difference. That's even being a minute slower to castle. Lost that initial fight, but came back. Yeah, big GG. Alright. Oh, that was a fast 2 sets, though. We still have another hour to kill before Heaven and Hell. That's 3-0 for Schwenlu. Lots of skulls there. Vikings over Dravidians. This is Vivi. No, this is not a Vivi Smurf. This is a legit player. Alright. So let me update my title. No, reverse, not a... you're right, that was a reverse sweep. Let me just reopen Capture Age, check that. Scoreboard, you're right. Reverse sweep! Z40 dominant in the first 2 games, and then Schwenlu comes for the reverse sweep. I forgot about that, it was a reverse sweep. Alright, so let me update my YouTube title too. It'll be Barles versus Lewis soon. That's what a Vivi Smurf would say. I myself am not a Vivi Smurf. Alright, so I think I'll take a quick break. Maybe I'll just find something on the lobby. Oh, Jordan versus Barles. Barles will be practicing. I also have Emu versus Bullet on Fortified Clearing. So we Jordan Barles on Mega Random. And John still is playing some Arena to get ready. Alright, so I'll cast some ranked games until we get there. I'm just going to take a very quick break myself. So enjoy Jordan playing a Dark Age, I guess, for a moment. And I'll be right back. Or Barles playing a Dark Age, or Hill in a Dark Age, something in the Dark Age. There we are. Chat, cast for me while I'm gone.
Yes.
Alright, so I'm back. Apparently I missed players chatting. Oh god, Jordan, hit by the chat filter, 1111. Step Lancer is jealous. Someone must have walled and had a hit over the wall. Gone off to inspect the Lego Cobra car? No, I went off to go to the bathroom after casting for 3 hours. We're back. So this is mega random. We got double relics all over the place. And we Joden as the blue Portuguese and Barles as the red Burmese. And Jordan's still awake this late? I know, it's what? Like a 6-hour time difference to Germany, 5:15 for him? It's well past his bedtime. Jordan tried to snipe the Wallingville with his scalp and got surprised by a backup Vil from Barles that got him trapped at the palisade wall. He managed to kill one of the Vils before Scout's death. See, I told you, I needed the chat to cast for me while I was gone. We're good. Afternoon in Germany? Isn't it like 5:15 p.m.? That's like just after afternoon, right? Early evening. So many relics all over the place. These golds have normal resources. I'm so used to mega random, or no, like hyper random and Bozzy random now with all the extra resources. And silly, Jordan's already up. Jordan's up already. 17:15, right? Which minus 12 is 5:15. Yeah. I can math. That's the extra hard thing about being an American, is we use 12-hour AM PM time usually instead of 24-hour time. So the time zone conversion we need to do like usually 2 subtractions. Or two math operations. Whichever way we're going. Yeah, you're helping. You are absolutely helping. Glitch Cloud is watching.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
And Monk's going down. Nice pick off from Jordan. So Barles, remember, Barles is going to be playing in the Heaven and Hell finals. That's going to be starting in around 45 minutes. So this is his warm-up. This is Barles playing a mega random game. Just, you know, he needs to get some randomness flowing before he turns it up even more for Bozzy random. And Jordan bringing the monastery to the relics. And going for a workshop. Right at the front of Oh, Barles, triple, quadruple monastery. Let's go, Barles. He's monk rushing. Oh, yes, he's going heavy for the monks. Scorpion behind this. He's just gonna say, you know what, I can defend with one scorpion. I'll go monks now. So I just saw stuff speed up. Hopefully that doesn't give us a spoiler. And how many conversions will there be? 1, 2, 3, 4. But the monks going down, healing each other? Crossbow's being converted. Okay, that's probably good for Barles. Jordan gonna fall back with his monks. There's 2 relics in that monastery. I've been listening on the background for a while. Well, glad you're enjoying. That's the good thing about streaming in the morning. People listen to me while they work instead of listening while they're trying to go to bed. So this is GG from Jordan. Yeah, his crossbows all got converted, and he was just like, nope, not going to play it out. I mean, he was ahead in resources collected. I mean, Barles was 1 TC for a monastery. I don't think that game was over in the slightest. Underestimated the monk rush. Maybe Jordan just overestimated the monk rush. I mean, Portuguese could still do their own monks. I mean, they would have themselves the better long-term monks because there's no heresy for the Burmese. Maybe Jordan just didn't want to play a monk war. Oh well, we'll find some more ranked games to go. I'll also get this scoreboard changed a bit. Let's see, so this is going to be Charles against Lewis. This will be the finals, and I think it's a best of 7 for the finals. Maybe it's still a best of 5. Get that scoreboard set up. There you go. Barles blue, unheard of. Let's go, Barles. So still some more time, but ooh, we're gonna have arena between Hera and Vinch. We'll cast another ranked game before we get into this. Also, once more, we'll just give a shout out to John Slow, who is the host of this event. Make sure to go give him a follow if you're not already. He runs a lot of the clown events. Finally caught you online. Hello, Zaraki. How are you doing? So is Twitch not auto-running the ads anymore? I guess not. Let me just start building up a small ad timer during the spec delay. Hera versus Vinch will be nice. Alright, so what color should we do here? Vinch always picks purple, but Hera's usually blue. And I know people don't like blue versus purple. So what do we want to do? Could always do Vinch in, like, red? It's kind of boring. I guess that makes sense then. Keep Hera in blue. Alright, so Hera will be playing as the blue melee to the west, Vinch is the red poles to the east, and the map shall be Arena. And the relics will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 out of the 5 or 3 out of the 5 on Hera's side of the map, maybe 2 directly down the middle. But relic advantage definitely for Hera. Melee versus poles. Melee probably the civ I'd favor on Arena most of the time. The poles can have a crazy boom into Schlachta privileges. You have Schlachta privilege Cavalier against cheap melee elephants. And it is Chicken Arena. Oh, will we see a funnel? Will we see a funnel? These players can have fun with funnels? I'd love to see a funnel. And we'll take the boar under the TC. Also don't need to funnel. Oh, that's true, they want full Varky anyway. You can just do that instead of the house. Oh, Zerky, you're writing Yo in the chat. Reminds me I need to ask Yo to contact Bad Koala for me, because I still he hasn't replied to my messages about the cartographer's payment. Need to pay Koala and Vivi. Did I hear the new thump? Oh, I didn't hear the new thump yet. I'll have to check that in the patch. Need to bring back the Flemish Revolution, yes. Maybe let's take the boar. Is it video with the thump? I haven't seen the thump yet. We'll need to go play Attila the Hun now that we have the thumps back.
Apa sasananya, Baginda?
Also, chickens in the middle. Oh yeah, polar bears also got buffed in the new patch. Polar bears are gonna be insane. You're gonna that's an indirect buff to the Magyars. People underplaying the Sicilian buff in new patch, they just don't get it. Oh, I didn't even see that the Sicilians got buffed. I've literally just been looking at the map scripting notes and not the balance notes. Other than the boars, which I hope doesn't go through with the boars still having all their food on them. Bonus damage from 33% to 40%. People think it's just 7%. That is 7%. Because it used to be 50%. Now then it went down to 33. So now it's up to 40. So it's 2/5 resistance instead of 1/3. Hello, Pet Life. Would like Bagger Vills to kill the Komodo dragon before it bites and passes off the venom. They're going back to being tankier than Frank Paladins versus Halbs. Okay, so that bonus damage resistance against Halbs will be pretty important. And so I have a mill going up for Hera, so he's going to mill his chickens. Vinch has done a full Vark on his chickens, so 2 full Varky for Vinch. I guess the poles then, if you're not going to fuddle, are a good civ to have because of that 5 pop space you get from each of the full Varky. Saving yourself a bit of wood. And you will want the extra full Vark in the long run for putting the farms around it. He's ready to seed a farm already. He's got that queued up, that Dark Age farm. Not going to be greedy and wait for Horsecollar. He's going to do a farm right away as he finishes the boar. Is it the preview of the times? I don't think you can paste links in the YouTube thing. I don't know how that chat works. Remind me after we watch the Heaven and Hell games. We can go and just check out the thumps, or actually we could. I don't know if I want to change patches, but we can check it out in between if we have some time after this game. I'll check out the thumps live. Poles got nerfed a lot, now they get buffed a lot more. Full Vart costs 10% food and stable text costs minus 50%. How did everyone cry about poles being OP in the past? I don't think anyone ever really cried about poles being OP. I know they've gone through several different balance changes, but kind of every civ has. Now, Sea Tiger Lures, I don't buy that it makes the game friendlier for beginners at all. Because beginners, like real beginners, aren't even going to lure the boar. They're just going to play the campaigns, and they're not even going to bother to lure the boar there. That's not something you do until you start playing multiplayer. And then beginners in multiplayer, all you do, you click the vills, you select them, and then you right-click the boar. Like you're not shooting the boar with the TC if you're a beginner. And the difference between that in efficiency is so absolutely small. There's all you got to do is use the vills to shoot the boar if you don't have the timing down. I don't think it makes it any more beginner friendly at all. There's already a way to do it. There was a boar near the castle in Barbarossa for 20 years. You just kill it with your castle. You were probably afraid of it attacking your units, right? In Barbarossa 1. Attacking your village. See, that's the thing. I don't think it's a change that's aimed at new players. I think it's a change that would affect you if you're like maybe 1400 to 1600. If you're just starting to shoot the boar with the TC. And I think it's a good thing that you have that thing and there's a risk to it, because as you're learning the game, you're getting better at it, and you learn how to do it. You're like, yes, now I can do the thing that pros can do. I could understand if there's a change where they were like, you know, maybe it's too much of a punishment if you do a misclick and we just remove 50% of the food, or remove some of it. But I think there definitely still needs to be a punishment for it, because otherwise you garrison and you shoot the boars every single time, and there's absolutely no reason to shoot with vills anymore. It would just be a TC shooting every single time. And I think it's actually really good for new players to have that goal of here's this special trick we can learn that the pros do. Ooh, Hera not having a T90 farm there. He says, "Hey, I'm building this farm." No, I misclicked. You can just go mine gold instead. But I think it's important to have that goal to learn how to get better at the game. That there's skills you can learn, and that there's a very low cost not to having it. But it's a lot of fun when you do learn it. I think it's actually really well designed the way it is, even though it just kind of happened to evolve to that point over the years. Also, now when you kill a chicken in late game, you can't build there. Oh, yeah, that's a good point too, right? If you kill stuff with military buildings, then the corpses just lay on the ground, and you can't actually build there. That's a good point. You're below 1000 elo and can do it. Yeah, like 1000 to 1500. So not like the super low elo. And maybe like 1400 is an overestimate, but I mean, if you're below 1400, I mean, even if you're like 1600, it really isn't going to make a difference. Here, I mean, literally, you could be like 2k4, and whether you use the TC or shoot with the vills is not going to make a difference. Honestly, Hera could play every game and never shoot the boar with the TC, and he'd probably be just as successful. Yeah. Well, I think the laming thing is a different issue than the TC shooting with the boar. If you want to make a change for like militia or other units, I think that's very different than the TC. It's the first game. This is not the first game, Maestro. This is just the preview. This is we got 30 minutes to kill before the first game. We're also kind of at a stage where militia and drush openings have kind of fallen off a bit from what they used to be. And so at least having the hunt to lame gives the militia something to do if they're walled out. So we'll be Vinch going for the relics. Here, and it's just a defensive castle from Hera, and he's going full karambits. What is Hera doing? People ask me about the boar, but now Hera going for all the karambits in the world. Adding in the barracks. Time for the next men-at-arms buff. Here's an idea, chat. Ready? Give Aztecs their 50, or give Aztecs their free loom back. Give them their free loom. Let them do their old 5 militia drush like they used to. I know they have the gold, but the timing is still a little bit better for them if they have the free loom. You give them some of their old eco potential back. So, I have no idea what this is, other than he's doing a workshop, so this has to be Siege Tower Karambit Warriors. So, flags on this Malay castle. I still will never get used to the Malay castle, and now that I'm noticing that the flags are in different points and they're not symmetrical, I'm even less of a fan of it. Of all the new castle designs, I think Malay is the bottom tier. So Hera's hidden the workshop. Vinch right now has all the map control, has his scouts out, has a few monks out, and is doing handcart. What he's not done, though, is walled behind this. So Vinch is going to have 2 relics, a 3rd on the way, and another monk still going to pick up more. There is forging. Hera getting in the tower. He doesn't need to get into the tower until he's over there. Not like a transport ship. Aztec need rocket launchers in the late game. They should get like the turtle ships that they found at the end of that Montezuma scenario. Okay, so Vinch has seen the siege tower. He knows what's coming towards him. 2 more relics on the way, so he will potentially have 4. Few karambits just running around, dealing with a scout, dealing with a polar bear. And he's gonna wall behind this. Will he get the walls up? There's 1 tile where stuff could get in. Oh, there's 1 tile of Vinch. You're missing a tile of wall. Oh, he's walling behind that. Hera, he really... Oh no, Hera, he's there. Well, he's somewhat on the inside. He's gonna need some forward siege. Monk wants a conversion. Does Hera know you can't siege tower over a gate? Well, this did not work for Hera. Is Vinch dead? Is Vinch cooked? No, he's defended this. He's defended this perfectly. Is Hera dead? That's what we need to be asking. Is Hera dead? Well, no, Vinch just needs to keep stonewalling behind his houses. Vinch, you need to keep stonewalling behind your houses. Okay, there he goes. Yeah, no problem there. Monk wants a conversion. That's I mean, 1 conversion on a crossbow. No big deal. Monk there can just convert it back. And more walls going up behind the houses, and he's fine. Crossbow in the back will shoot at the karambits periodically. And, well, Hera did not masterpiece correctly with the siege tower, I think it's fair to say. Well, there's a defensive castle. Some karambits are trapped there. Maybe a bad thing if the karambits break through that house. Vinch needs to wall behind that somehow. Here, convert one karambit, convert it back. Oh, there he goes, there he goes. There's the wall he's looking for. He walled it there. He's going to be open by the house in the range. I thought he could have gone around, but now he's one tile of wall and he's good. Now the castle's there, and these karambits are going to do everything they can to run back and forth and dodge. Conversion comes in. Siege tower should be able to hop through walls using another siege tower. Now that would be amazing. So imp for both players, but imp for Hera first is the melee. And Hera, down by 30 vils, amazingly isn't dead, because he might just be able to do trebs and win a treb war with the timing. So he could just full clown this, and he might still have a chance. Both imping, you have perfect eco difference there. Vinch also with handcart and all the upgrades. And he's just now doing loom. Hera with feudal upgrades. Oh, trying to find another angle, but that's walled too. At least there's no castle there. And hello, Durago. Probably not dead yet because the Vill's hardly paid off yet, but the investment will kick in soon. Now, we'll see. We'll see if Hera can pull something off. He could destroy a castle and then find a way to break in. I guess the problem is there's still 2 layers of stone walls for him to break through. He's gonna break in, even if the castle is shooting the wall. He's gonna try to get through the wall into the siege tower. I don't think you can do this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't. If this were a gate, I think you could. But there you go. So he's petarding, and that gives him a way to free the karambits. So it's treb time. There are some iron casting upgrades. Or there's iron casting. Ballistics for Vinch. Vinch just gonna go ranges for crossbows to deal with the karambits. Poles should have decent arbs. Yep, arb. They just missed the final armor upgrade. Other than that, they already have thumb ring and ballistics, so bracer chemistry likely on the way for Vinch. Chemistry probably the first thing he clicks, so we can do cannons too. He does have cannons, right? As the poles, yep. And also siege engineers if he wants it. Same for the melee. But the trebs are popping, and now the castle will be dropping. It is treb time. And also crossbows garrisoned inside of the castle, so it shoots a few more arrows. See how much HP Hera's castle actually has lost compared to Vinch's there. And Vinch will start repairing. 6 vils, all you need for the first treb. And 7 for every subsequent treb. 11 with the formation buttons. Now that's an animated emote. Thought it was 8 per treb. It's 6 for the first treb, 7 for every subsequent treb. On level ground without siege engineers. And no other repair bonus like Romans or Jordans. It's basically the first vil counts as 2. And then after that, it's 7 per treb where the first vil counts as 2, so you only need 6 for the first one. After the buff, well, the patch hasn't happened yet. Were siege towers changed in the patch too? So much changed. So many random things changing. So here are the arbs. There is crop rotation for the poles. And Hera did destroy the castle, but now how does he actually push behind this? He's got 5 trebs and he'll have another castle. 55 vils to 111. And also 3 relics to 1. Oh, they're cheaper. I know I can opt in. I was streamed on the beta patch last night. I didn't read all the changes in the patch notes. There's too many changes to map scripting. That's what I have to focus on. Leisure. Okay, Trebs destroying Arbs. Trebs killing Arbs. What? Trebs counter Arbs. Hera's new meta. Do Trebs counter bombard cannons too? They counter monks? What else do they counter? Just attack around randomly with them. They're bound to hit something. Did I figure out the new trigonometry meta net? Yeah, I did not, Viper 999 fan 666 fan. I did not. What I realized is that even though the power series definitions for sine and cosine converge everywhere, you need the convergence you get quickly drops off away from 0 to the point where you need many terms in the series. Where from a practical standpoint, it becomes impractical for calculating sine and cosine values that are not very close to 0. There's kind of that section where next to at 0 sine of x is just about you approximate sine of x equals x. Then outside of that you use the power series, and then outside of that you need tricks to calculate them. And I'm not sure, as there's a GG from Hera, as the Arbs will clean everything else. Treb's not countering Arbs hard enough. Outside of that, I'm not actually sure how to go about it in a map script. Because I can no longer convert to ints, or round, or take floors, which is very, very limiting, and I've never had that before. And there are no if statements either, so I can't like do a case-by-case checking. And I can't take mods or remainders. Alright, so we got about 20 minutes before set's supposed to start. We'll see what else we have. Renewing your trauma from math class. And remember, we will be casting this hosted by John Slow. And let's see, is there anything else to cast going on right now? Do Obuk reduce armor below 0? No. If you heal the paladin forever, can you get so much negative armor and Obuk can one-shot it? No, if you heal a unit, it restores the armor. I think it restores all the HP first, and then you keep healing to restore the armor. Is Hera doing viewer strats? Maybe he is. Aqua Arena? So we got Vinch, Hera again. Let's see what map they get. Jordan's playing some Arena. He's been playing Arena for 24 minutes. Jurchins versus Japanese. We'll cast the next Hera Vinch, I think, and then we'll get into the set. Yeah, it heals the armor. That's what the monk does. Heals the armor. 4 rams full of karambits is better than Siege Tower. That can work. Also kind of stopped by Onager, but yeah, 4 rams filled with them can be nice. All right, so this will be an Arabia game. So for about 15 minutes until the draft starts, this will probably fill us pretty well. Vinch picked green. I'll just put them in red or blue for Hera, red for Vinch again, so it's consistent with the last game. Even though they swapped the even odd colors, this is just another ranked game. Monks are blacksmiths. Yeah, monks are blacksmiths with how they heal armor. Oop, transitioning with the wrong hotkey before they start. Let me also double check. This is... Oh, it is only best of 5 for the finals. Nice, I don't need to update my overlay at all. The Treb sniping champions. Now that would be one heck of a counter. Trebs as a counter to champions. Alright, so here we are. We shall have Vinch. I'll put him in the red. He'll be playing as the Slavs to the northwest. Look at those wood lines. And the back of his base fully walled. Then we'll have Hera. He'll be playing as the Jurchens to the southeast. Looks like a 4 wood line Arabia. A couple of wood lines over here too. Forward boar for Vinch. This is a normal ladder game. The tournament starts in about 15 minutes. They'll start their draft. Or that's when they're scheduled to, at least. So we'll have these Asian pine trees, the ugliest graphics in the game, even worse than the old turtle ships. I don't know how these made it in. They don't even stand out from the background at all. Ah. Vinch's woodline is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Per player woodline's not something that the map engine supports all that well. Deer being pushed in. He'll stick deer. That's a wall, not a wood line. Yeah, he's palisade walled himself right from the start of the game. Vince just disappointed they're not playing arena for a second time in a row. So he spawned himself a palisade. He used his map hacks. He just wall up and sell food. I mean, as the Slavs, he has good farmers. That wouldn't be completely out of the question. But besides those wood lines, I mean, look at the rest of his map. Gold, stone, gold, stone, gold, all outside the area where he can wall. Yeah, he has a very safe wall towards the TC. But then late feudal, he'll probably need to tower that gold and secure it. Yeah, map hacks. You remember Viper's map hacks from when his dynasty was in full swing? He had some good map hacks. Is he doing viewer request strats? Is this like FC Fire Lancer? That might be what he does. He's going the fast the spear thingy. Fast Fire Lancer. Yeah, Viper's map hacks were legendary. Yeah, if Hera truly wants to rival Viper's dynasty, he needs to learn how to manipulate RNG in the lobby to get favorable maps. Video title on YouTube is not currently accurate. It should say Barles versus Lewis. Yeah, that's starting in about 15 minutes. Or actually in about 10 minutes. We're just casting games until we get there. YouTube's always tricky because, like, you know, you change the title as you go while you're streaming. But then I get to a point where, like, at the end of the stream, I gotta go and go back on YouTube and update it so it makes sense. So I have one title that makes sense for everything that happened in several hours of live streaming. Actually, I'm not quite sure I always know how to do that. Because, like, it's not like it's an edited video where I, you know, work on the title along with the video and the thumbnail and have them all working together. The live stream is kind of a spontaneous, this is what I'm doing right now thing. Then the rest of it just kind of follows. Little warm-up, yes. So mining camp on the gold. feudal for both players. Does one color have an an advantage over the other? Probably not. I don't think so. Your color doesn't usually matter so much as your lobby slot location when assigning players. Unless you're assigning by color in the map. I mean, you could make a map script where a color has an advantage. You could. I don't think that would apply for any map, though. A pencil base? I was pointing out with you're going to a tip. Pencil is definitely the object we'll use to describe that. So, walled up fully in the Dark Age. 2 Dark Age farms, 23 pop. Is he just gonna FC this? Oh, they're both just gonna fast castle. Vinch is like, huh, you're gonna FC Fire Lancers, I'll just FC Slavs. Doesn't T90 have a video about the color win rates on the ladder and pick rates? Purple's a popular color. That was the feedback I got for one of the cartographers maps we were using for the Age of Queens community tournament. It was that having fixed colors that you had to pick your location was great because it meant they weren't all fighting over who gets the color purple. So castle on the way for both, slightly faster for Hera. Vinch will have Slav farms. The Jurchens have an eco bonus that applies now after the no decay. I don't think so. I think he did ladder win rates as a video though, like one of those stats that don't matter videos. Well, I guess the early hunt really does help the Jurchens click up. Remember, Vinch did commit to walling. Hera has not walled at all. He's just made houses. And Hera's sending Vils forward with a spear. So he's going forward. Scouts didn't engage. There's a huge hill in the middle of the map. There's one tiger on it. So if Hera avoids the tiger, he can just run forward. And do a workshop there. We'll do an archery range on the hill. Oh, is he going Grenadiers? It's not Fire Lancers, it's Grenadiers as the Jurchens. FC Grenadiers. Okay. How do you stop Grenadiers? Isn't this unit also OP? Yeah, well, they do counter infantry, so it won't be Slav infantry. I think the Jurchens still have a low win rate. I'm not entirely sure why. But everything I've heard about Fire Lancers and Grenadiers is that they're incredibly strong. Why is he not taking gold at all? Because his gold is out here, and he decided he could just not take it. He sold the stone. And now, where are those Vils going? Oh, he's just gonna go double Monastery Monks. And he's gonna go out here and sneak his way to some gold to do a TC there. And he'll defend the Grenadiers with Monks. Alright, double Monastery Monks along with the TC. Does he know it's Grenadiers and not Fire Lancers? Okay, yeah, he saw the range, so he knows that Hera has to be YOLOing Grenadiers. There they are. What are the stats of the Grenadier? 12 pierce attack, plus 9 against infantry, so don't make infantry. Plus 3 against rams, they actually do damage to rams. Yeah, so Vinch will just go for the clandestine TC. Hera with the spear, he'll keep scouting, he might find that. He knows to look for a gold. And yeah, he will find that right away. Here he goes, won't stop it though. Attack. I think just the 12 ranged attack actually is insane in the Castle Age. Like think about what crossbows have, right? They have 7. This thing has 12 and like splash damage. And also removes animal corpses, as we learned. The Grenadiers have to run from the monk. Vinch trying to swap targets. They do bonus versus buildings? I don't think so. Oh, or +4 against buildings. Okay. In AoE 3, the Grenadiers were anti-building, right? If I recall. Okay, that monk might get an insta. Yeah, insta, although Hera will try to convert it back. He does convert it back. Okay, these things not accurate against moving targets, it would seem. Slow throwing projectiles. Okay, yeah, not enough attack bonus against the buildings to do too much, but rocket cart now, okay. Full gunpowder from Hera. Rocket cart. Grenadier, and behind it he's picking up relics. He could conceivably just run through. Oh, yeah, these things, what's their range? 6 range, so same range as the TC. They can't just sit under it and bombard the TC. They have to duck in and out. And he's just gonna try to go through that house. Monk there. Slavs do have good monks. Can do redemption to defend against the monk rush. Could also do sanctity, but that's not in. On the way now. Also, the monks are faster. Speedy Slavic monks. 0.84 speed. That's actually pretty fast. Oh, that's true, right? You do have the Castle Age siege engineers that cost minus 75% wood, and research is faster. That's really expensive, though. That is really expensive. I don't think you can afford that food. It's still, what, 600 food? You get wood discounted, but I think the food is still the more prohibitive resource. Have anyone actually seen that be used? That feels still really expensive for the Castle Age. I haven't really seen the Jurchens that much get to a good Castle Age stage, but I haven't seen that used in a pro game yet. If this is a ranked game, the finals will be starting. They're supposed to start drafting in about 2 minutes, so if you will cast this game, then head over to the finals. Rocket carts and grenadiers, indeed, the Jurchens go boom. Is it multiple times the grenadiers to fight back siege and monks? Okay, well that's exactly what he's fighting here, or at least the monks part of that. Oh, and there's the workshop for the siege on cue. Okay, and you have +1 range for the rocket carts. Against redemption monks, 8 range, I think will actually be nice. Oh, if those rockets all target the monks. Ooh, okay, they gotta run. Speedy Slav monks, actually faster than the rocket carts, so they can't just run away. Grenadier is gonna take the conversions. Grenadier is able to run away. So Hera with the score lead, but Vinch now up by 6 fills, does have that second TC. Hera buying food, and there it is, Siege Engineers. So what's that, 500 food, 600 wood, but a 75% wood discount. Best uses in campaigns where you're stuck in Castle Age. Would Knights work here? I mean, if Vinch were to go Knights, then Hera adds more monks, and then gets a Knight counter. How do Knights themselves do against Grenadiers? I mean, Grenadiers are very low. If the Knights close the distance, they probably murder them. But I think if you get enough Grenadiers, you can splash the Knights pretty well. Takes you back to Command and Conquer. I never played that. I'll have to try a bunch of old strategy games sometime. The only other one I played was Rise of Nations, and then Star Trek Armada and Armada 2. Okay, I also go down to the rocket carts and the grenadiers. Now the rocket carts just need to get the monks. Yeah, the monks have to run and break the conversions. It's going to be some dead monks. A couple of converted rocket carts, but monks going down. Oh, the rocket carts kill all the grenadiers. Oh, Hera, he risked using the rocket cart to take out the monks, but it did not work. Oh, no. Oh, there goes the push from Hera. Still has the score lead somehow. Monks OP. If you're not going skirms, monks best unit. Vinch up by 11 vills. And is Sanctity in yet? It is. Taking the most of the grenadiers, not the rocket carts. Anyway, we're seeing the speed boost of the Slav monks, letting them catch up to the rocket carts. That is paying off big time. And these are even extra range rocket carts. Or maybe not respecting the power of the Slav monks. Remember the voice lines 20 years later? I remember all the campaign lines from AoE 2 still. Sometimes you just encounter an IRL situation, and I'll remember like the campaign slide that describes the situation perfectly. Oh, he shot one rocket at that, and then swapped targets. He may have cooked a bit too hard. He's going down. 1 HP left. Down it goes. And, well, Vinch continuing to push. Hits the house. Monks want conversions. Rocket carts have higher bonus damage versus siege. I've heard that the rocket carts are actually worse in the Mangonel Wars because they don't shoot all their projectiles at once, and you need to stand still longer while it shoots and before it finishes the volley. So that stable's not going to go for Hera. And now Vinch up 21 vills. Continues pushing him away. Seems rather dead. Hello, Vanilla Donut. And Humble Jelly, thank you very much. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to you. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. That'll help us count towards Partner Plus. I think we're actually at the point where we need to stay above 100 to stay at the 60-40 tier. So I appreciate all the supports. And ooh, Grenadiers go down to that rocket cart. Those converted rocket carts doing wonders for Vinch. So Hera reclaims his hill. Oh, his workshop got converted. You have seen them shoot like 2 rockets if you don't finish the volley. Yes, exactly. Exactly, right? So that's that reloading thing where if they partially shoot a volley, they don't reload. They restart or they finish the volley the next time they shoot. The more rocket carts Hera makes, the more rocket carts Vinchester has. So Vinch now TCs that forward gold. He's got 4 TCs in his own base. And he's still booming away now, 80 vills to 55. He is adding in stables. Now's the point where you probably have enough knights that you can just overwhelm the Grenadier numbers and the monk numbers. Is he devoted? He's not devoted yet. So he does devotion, gets a few knights, and then charges, and he probably wins. He does have 4 relics, that is true. Down by 2k res collected. Not quite as extreme as that Ganji Barles game, where it was 16 relics to 0, and Barles still with no relics had more eco. Oh, look at that spread on the grenades. So there's bloodlines. And Vinch just gonna go heavy Castle Age Knights, and there's devotion, and bloodlines devotion. Then once he gets a good number of knights, he'll charge, and that'll probably end the game. Even with Hera's 4 relics, Hera's added TCs behind this, but he's down by 30 vills and still down by a TC. Even a couple of light cav that won't help against the knights. Monks do go down. That's what Hera wanted with the rocket carts. The range enough to shoot them from afar and get double hits to kill the Sanctity monks. The athletic 90-year-old monks hopping in and out of the TC. Alright, is this enough knights? I think Vinch could amass a few more. He's doing forging. How many stables he has? Or does he have? He has 4. Okay, how are the Grenadiers against knights? They have a hill. They missed. Okay, I think the Knights now clean this. Oh, Rocket Cart's got some good hits there. Monks get conversions on the Rocket Carts. They don't quite hit the Grenadiers, but they'll turn around. Knights will destroy that. And Hera's now losing even more. Nice push from Vinch. He's cleared the front. He can sell wood and go imp. He can sell wood and spam more knights. He's gonna sell wood and click imp. Spinning explosions. It's like one of those roll the dice scenarios with the birds exploding all over. And there's a GG from Hera. So what are the stats at the end? 41 to 20 KD. But Vinch 16 to 3 conversions. Much better eco. And the Rocket Cart Masterpiece did not work out. So let's find the drafts for this set and get started. I'm just going to play an ad on Twitch to get the ads out of the way so we don't have pre-rolls. Then we'll get started. And where are these drafts? Map draft. Don't see the Civ draft yet. Oh, wait, it is a best of 7. It is a best of 7. There are 7 maps there. All right. All right, so hold on just a second. Oh, thank you, Danny, for the raid. I'm attempting to adjust my overlay in OBS to account for the best of 7. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a lovely stream of de-rusting. All right, this is very weird. Oh, maybe it's the draft thing itself I gotta change. I'll have that. There we are. All right. I can fix my overlay. There we go. Whew. All right, thank you, Danny. Hope you had a wonderful stream. And hello, Ho Ho Holland. What's the prize for number 1? I shall do as Nilly tells us in Czech Wikipedia. Prize for number 1 is a resounding... The prize is in here. Nilly. There's no prize on Wikipedia. Oh, wait, there we are. I found it. Prize for number 1 is $450. The prize for number 2 is $250. Just didn't load when I scrolled through it. So they're essentially playing for $200 now. $250 for second, $450 for first. One day's your dream will be interrupted by ads. Oh no. Don't want to think about that horror. So the civs. This almost fits. Right. There we are. All right. Now we're ready for the best of 7. Lux is the pie truck. Hello, Tayan. Hello, Jimbox. I've been told that Lewis is in his early 12s. I don't know if he's that young. Oh, wait, there's an extra sieve at the bottom that's... Okay, chat. I gotta redo this. Hold on. Yeah. Alright. Gotta get this all fitting. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do we try to fit this on 3 rows of 3? Is that the way to set up this overlay? I got an idea for that. Does that work? 3 rows of 3? And then I can just kind of move everything else around. That goes down a bit. Goes up a bit. And the maps go up a bit. Yeah, like that. We're good. We're good. These things gotta move over a bit. Down a bit. Yeah, that's how to do it, right? We're good. Now we gotta center it. There. That's symmetrical, right? I feel like 5 and 4 is the better way to do this, isn't it? I'm looking at this and I'm feeling like it's 5 and 4. 2 rows look somewhat cramped. Enjoyed the unusual maps. I have too. 5-4 was better. I'm agreeing, Ring Lord. I'm agreeing now that I'm seeing it. Let's see if we can get 5 and 4 back. Okay, that's 4. 4 and 1. Yeah, that's 5 and 4. And this will just take some readjusting. There we are, like that, like that. And that'll be there. That's a bit too large. Alright, so then we gotta like put it here. And we'll put it here. Oh, I just completely messed it up. Never mind. I'm just gonna make it smaller. Like there. Now I gotta center it. Alright. Overlays are hard sometimes. Maps will be larger, that's fine. Slightly off center. There, that's good, right? That's good. I think we're good. What tool do I use for this? I put a browser source in OBS. I have some custom CSS to remove the background and add a drop shadow. And then I just crop it and move it around. I go mad adjusting all this by hand. Yes, Adam. This is literally just I take the URL of the Captain's Mode website. I copy and paste it into OBS as a browser source. I had opened my dev tools to inspect the CSS on the website and change the background to be transparent at some point. And then I copied that into the box on OBS. And then I added a little drop shadow behind it. Word? No, this is not done in Microsoft Word. But anyway, hope you all are ready. Once again, I'm going to give a shout out to John Slow, because he is the host of the tournament. Make sure to go and give him a follow too. Oh no, I need to wait 4 minutes and 5 seconds before shouting him out again. I'll shout him out again next time I have a chance between the games. So we gotta look for a lobby between the players. Will be Lewis versus Barles. Lewis hero over ACCM. Barles winning over Ganji in the previous round. Any resources I used to learn how to do things with Stream or OBS? Nope, I've opened OBS and done it, and I did that 8 years ago. So I know how things work, and if I need to figure something out, I just Google it or look up a YouTube tutorial. And for the most part, it's simple enough I can figure it out. Since I have done since I am a programmer and I have I've done, or at least years ago, I took a course on computer graphics. And my father was a photographer, so at least some of the vocabulary is decently familiar to me. I know why this doesn't look too centered. It's because this logo isn't centered. Hold on. Move that over slightly, and everything else over slightly. Then we're more centered. There we go. That's better. Alright, so first map, like always, will be Bozzy random. This will be a best of 7. Dashboard calls it a best of 5, which is why I didn't prepare my overlay ahead of time. Usually what I do is I go to the Captain's Mode website and I do my own draft, so I have everything set up and positioned properly. But I saw the dashboard tagged it as a best of 5, so I didn't think there'd be a different draft for the finals. I should have actually read the handbook and checked instead of relying just on the Wikipedia page. So let's look at these maps. Bozzy random, Walled hyper random, Beastie arena, Basmo reverse arena, and Regicide Socotra. What an amazing pool of maps. What an absolutely amazing pool of maps. I read the rules. We need to do another handbook reading stream, right? We gained like 200 viewers that one day we read a handbook. Okay, when they launch, I think I'll just play another minute of ads to get the pre-rolls off a bit longer again. So, Katans are the 7th pick. I'm surprised the last nerf looked somewhat mild. Well, remember, this is also on the current patch, not on the pup. So any of the nerfs in that are not applied. I think there might be clowning going on. I hope so, I hope so. Getting viewers by reading, what a goat. Maybe we should just do some reading streams. Is there an audience for that? I'm sure there's like a book reading category on Twitch. Oh, thank you, Mangadai Enjoyer, for the sub. That'll help count towards Partner Plus, so I appreciate the support. Pull 200 viewers by reading a rulebook. Samurai animation is stressing you out, yeah. He doesn't pause himself properly in between. If you look at the samurai in game, they have a little pause. I don't know what's going on with that guy. Maybe we'll need to investigate and submit a pull request someday. Still, oop, they have launched. They have launched. It didn't launch the game. It's all right. Just gonna do a quick ad, and then we'll go. All right, Italians, Japanese on Bozzy random. You missed, did any of the top pros enter? ACCM entered. He was just, he lost in the previous round. He was probably the highest rated player. Why is this called Heaven and Hell? It's because of the maps. Some of them are heavenly like Arena. Some of them are hell like Bazi Random, which we're about to see. So in case you didn't hear me during the ad, there are some maps that are walled, right? This is hosted by John Slow, and he's an Arena player. So stuff like Arena is a wall. Those are heavenly. Weird stuff like Bazi Random, Reverse Arena, I don't even know what that is. Beastchi, which is Michi with wolves. Those are the hell maps. Bazi Random is peak AoE 2. Bazi Random is great. Well, you want a final boss map in the final? Reverse Arena, you start in the opponent's wall. Yes, and it's a nomad start, so you can pick where in the wall you build your TC. Are we getting into the game? Yes, we are. Hold on, I need to get Capture Age open. Sorry about that. Capture Age. Maybe I don't need to restart Capture Age as long as I don't zoom out. Maybe that helps the VRM issue. Anyway, okay, we'll put Barrels in the red. Since we can't see purple blue, I know some people have trouble with that. A new question, but why are Franks never picked? Honestly, Franks, they were really popular, like, on the ranked ladder, before some of the more new and clearly OP civs were added. Just because they were very smooth to play, you could go scouts, nothing very complicated with them. But they were never really, like, a top civ. They're just kind of really smooth to play for a lot of people. So, we have the Lembos here, which is a ship from the Chronicles Capture Age DLC. And they start with an Archer of the Eyes as a scout. He will heal 30 HP per minute. The Lembos will not heal. They also don't do much damage to each other. They attack really slowly. So the Archer of the Eyes, you'll remember them from the Lion and the Demon. They're a hero unit, scout. This is Bazi Random. Looks like we'll have an island in the middle with a couple of berry patches on it, surrounded by water. And then on the outsides, they'll have some bears and fish and boars and dolphins on the outside. So the outside water may be even more valuable than the inside water. These are just snapper. Oh, actually, never mind. There are dolphins there, too. Okay, this water very valuable, too. So both players docking in the middle. Water civs, Italians versus Japanese. So good matchup here. Italians for Lewis, Japanese for Barles. +2 bonus against Rams for Archer of the Eyes, according to the wiki. Also according to Capture Age, 7 Pierce Armor, 7 Pierce Attack, 2 Ram Attack. So a bit more attack than a normal crossbow arbalest would have. 500 plus food on the dolphins, yes. Oh, also they start with a pagan shrine that has an X as the icon. Okay, that icon is, click that to cancel. Yeah, all the resources have randomized amounts of resource on them. And Barles already, he's struggling. He not only does he not have food under his TC, he doesn't have Vils under the TC to shoot the boar. And there he goes, shooting with the Vils, old school style. Barles has made a priest already. Oh, he's made a priest already. Okay, so you can make priests in the Dark Age from your pagan shrine. And your AoE 1 graphics. Look at him all frail and old. Look at him go. This guy looks even older than the AoE 1 priests. I feel like he moves faster, and that just makes the animation look a bit more weird. I don't know. What's up with the shrine? You can make priests there. What is this terrain? This is the Azure Shallows. This is just shallows, but you can dock it. You can dock it, you can walk on it, but you can't build on it. As far as I'm aware. Are they 0 range? Let's see, he has 9 range. 38% accuracy. I think he can convert from range. And we got some laming going on. The Archer of the Eyes, not missing his mark on that boar. Where's the Archer of the Eyes from Lewis? He's coming back. He's gonna try to win the fight and defend. Oh, but there we go. Conversion for the priest. Has Lewis even realized he has a pagan shrine? Did he think this was just a tree in the back of his base blending in? Here's the shrine now. Did he do Loom? He does have Loom, and then had some gold left over for a priest. Filling with Boar and Dolphin seems a bit extra. This map's supposed to be extra. Lewis is gonna go shoot the priest. Uses Vils to try to attack the Archer of the Eyes. Oh, he doesn't get it. There he goes. So he's killed the priest. Healing now. And the heal's gonna push the Archer of the Eyes away as this Archer is healed. Lewis taking the Archer of the Eyes lead. And gets him in the back. Now he has his own Archer of the Eyes ready to be healed up. And it's a hero. He's a hero unit. He can't be attacked, or he can't be converted by priests. So now all of a sudden, he's got a very good unit with which to disturb Barrels in the Dark Age. And clowning starts. Yes, yes, yes. Frail but speedy. Oh, greedy from Barrels. Yep, and Brown Bear will chase the Vil. Will chase the Vil away. And oh, the bear has food. The bear has food on it. Bears are like wolves, predators, the fastest food source in the game. Look how fast that Vil gathered 10 food. Oh, you can take food from the bears. Not 112 food on them. Maybe not worth it all that much, but yeah, fastest food source in the game. A fishing ship in between these two, trying to stop the attack. Oh, Lewis doesn't realize these things have 100% attack, not 0, or 100% accuracy. Not 0 like the fire ships do, so the fishing ships will not block them. Oh, he can block their movement though. He needs to get back to his Vil to repair, and he does repair. This Lembos will then run away. Can't really destroy the fish with only 2 attack. I think it's a counter to something? Counter to rams? Maybe it counters fire ships? Not sure. But it's really weak Lembos versus Lembos. The oars move, that's a thing. Just made pasta bacon. Nice. Hope you enjoy. What do I think about not being able to lame? The military units, I can understand that. I don't like that the TCs remove all risk from shooting with the TC. I think there needs to be a risk to that. Lembos is barely a military unit when not upgraded. Right? Can you upgrade them? Do they get upgraded if you research War Galley? I'm not sure that this unit doesn't belong in AoE 2. It's an expansion Capture Age Battle for Greece unit. Don't know exactly what it does. So Archer of the Eyes here for Lewis, gonna run around in the north. Brown Bear there. And Lembos will be going for the fishing ships. Gearing up trying to predict anything. Almost certain you would need the Chronicles tech tree to upgrade it? Okay. This is just a silly little annoying ship then. It looks so small. It's smaller than the fishing ships. That's actually one thing that stood out to me since I've seen all the Chronicle ships, is they look so much smaller than normal AoE 2 ships. Like their scale is a bit off. I guess they fit in kind of with the dock. But not like with a human. I mean, AoE 2 ships are already smaller than they'd actually be, but they kind of fit the scale. Alright. These things just look so small. So there we are. Double Bit Axe will be in for Barles. He'll have a priest supervising his Vils under that TC. Maybe the priest needs some type of Asian mythology pharaoh empowerment there to speed up or to make them drop off more resources. Ships will come forward here for Barles. Try to disrupt the fish of Lewis. I think he has gotten the fires out just a bit more quickly. That's a monk. They have their own monk icons, even though they're priests. And Lewis has done a forward dock. Okay. Forward dock, not making anything from it. Exactly 20 elephants are humans. I mean, you can see how much... Yeah, it's not scaled to the size of the humans. But it is so much huge. It's so huge compared to the Chronicles ships. So, oh, that brown bear has food. Oh, Lewis might have attacked the bear and shift queued to the house, and he might be housed if the Vil... Where's that Vil going? Doesn't Drop off the food? 10 food, where is... Oh, the Vill's gonna... Yeah, the Vill's gonna walk back to drop off the food. She's not gonna be forward. Lewis is gonna think he has a forward Vill when he doesn't. Maybe the Limbos will alert him to it. Give the little attack. Oh, and there. It's kind of reminder. Put the score at the top. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. He's up to the castle age. His ship are being fought. It is 0-0 right now. You're right. The Archer of the Eyes will be behind the wood line. The fire ship goes for the villager. And we'll have Fletching and Castle Age on the way. This Vill will build the house. Okay, so while that's going on, we will update the scoreboard. Thank you for reminding me. This is a best of 7. This will be Heaven and Hell. This will be the finals. And also I need the logo. Where's the logo? There we are. Thank you. That's why we got chat. Chat catches me when I forget to do stuff. What happened to Barles' Archer of Vanilla Donut? He lost it in an epic priest fight years ago. Lewis slaughtered it viciously. So Fire Galley's working on the dock. Thanks for always streaming on YouTube. I hope you like that too. We are in 4K on YouTube, and I turned the ads off there, so if you want to experience for your TV or your phone, yeah, YouTube is there. So Castle Age on the way. He is just there and doing a monastery. The pagan shrine was not enough. He needs to build a monastery too. He needs more monks and priests. You can't put the relic inside the pagan shrine, even though the priests can pick them up, I believe. Yeah, so you have to put it in the monastery. Pretty nice to be able to catch up to streams on YouTube, just more user-friendly than Twitch VODs. Yep. And they also don't get deleted over time. They stay there forever, which is nice for me. Do the pagan priests get all the monk upgrades? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. If he does Sanctity or something, we'll see if it changes the priest. So Barl's coming in with Skirm's going to get on the woodline. A couple of weak Vills there. Maybe there's something he could do, just have the priest heal the Vills over time so that he's not vulnerable to this type of raid, but the priest out of position. Vill's taking some feudal skirm javelins. And that's 1, 2, potentially 3 Vills going down. And one more volley, 1 HP. Ooh, he goes for the priest, not the Vill. Gets the priest. Can he still get the Vill? One conversion of the monk. Monk heals the Vill. That might be a second monk dead. Will it hop in the TC? It hops in the TC. Archer over here is still harassing Vills. And they're running around. Meanwhile, there is an Archer of the Eyes over here being forced away from Barles' base. Barles trying to chase it. The Archer of the Eyes does seem to get the blacksmith upgrades, at least. He does have fletching. And he will micro against the skirm. He does have the armor, or the Archer armor class. So, he will take bonus damage. But Barles is now up. Up really far behind Lewis, and he's doing so much damage though with these skirms, killing so many monks. Monks going down, he's getting some Vill conversions. Docking back here, where's the demo? Nowhere to be found. So Lewis did get a lot of food from this. Barles, this raid, he's at a 6 to 8 KD with some conversions added in too. Another Vill will go down. And Lewis has to tower his gold. He just doesn't have the units to deal with this. Trying to do monks, but they haven't been enough. Skirmisher is too OP. Those attacking monks feels bad. So over here, Lewis has just made a housing development outside his dock as he's continuing to win the water. That forward dock and fast fires have secured him everything, as he did neither player with their capture aid ship left. So workshop there for Lewis, or Barles defending with a tower. Could potentially do a guard tower defense if Lewis comes in with a mangonel push. Could also do monks and upgrades. Maybe redemption. There's Castle Age and gold mining. On the water, ooh, conversions on the fishing ships. Conversions there, still waiting for a demo. Yeah, Lewis doesn't even have a barracks. And it's just all monk. And ships in the middle, but not doing ships on the outside dock. Maybe too afraid of the monks, or the priests converting them. Have a university in the back for Barls. And crossbowmen on the way. Yep, this is Bozzy random. This is Bozzy random. This is a very random map. Oh, Monk trying to dodge, but lets his friend get the conversion. And Jordan, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a wonderful stream. And Kin Gunnar, thank you for the follow. Can I make a map like this? I mean, it already exists. You mean like a map that looks like this in particular, or a very random map? We could do a map like this if you want. Jordan is back, baby. Why the heck would that be auto mod? Modded that message for bullying. Auto mod going crazy. Yep, again, this is a tournament hosted by John Slow, so make sure to go give him a follow too. Monk gets a conversion on the skirm. Jordan is back. Yeah, teach auto mod not to censor that phrase. So Mangonel push from Lewis. He's taken so much damage from the skirms in his base, but at the same time he's destroyed a lot of fishing ships, and he is getting a push on Barls. So Barls now 36 to 54. Wasn't adding in his own vills behind that feudal push. Ooh, losing vills to the Mangonels. Synchronized shot. And now the push continues. Archery range there, maybe even the TC in range if the Mangonels move forward. I guess that's true. Skirm damage kind of counteracted by one hero arbalest in the woodline. Giving up trying to predict anything on this map. Aussie random is very unpredictable. Oh, is that the arbalest going down finally? Okay, there is the Archer of the Eyes dying. And okay, Lewis trying to destroy this or kill the Spears without destroying the Mangonels, but does attack around himself there. Priest gets a conversion on the Repairville, and for now Barls is surviving, and he does have a second TC. Lewis on 2 TCs, second one right next to his first. And hello again, Chupta. And TC going up there for Barls. Hello, Pudding Kip. So TC going up for Lewis. Really is a beast on all maps. And Monks want a conversion on the crossbow, and they'll get it. Lewis a Black Forest player? I think if anything he's known as a Hamster Arabia ladder grinder. Okay, Mangonel shot. All the crossbows somehow all going down there between Mangonels and TCs. Just another day in your home city. Isn't Lewis a Fortnite pro? So, Priest trying to get a conversion on the Vil. Cav Archer coming out. Brawl's trying to go Japanese Cav Archers. There are many different ways to do it. There are many different ways to script a mega random like map. I don't know what Bozzy in particular did for this one, so I can't really speak to that. You can have a whole bunch of stuff that you pick from, or you could do it by randomly doing a bunch of different types of generations. Usually it's a combination of different techniques. Love the OG priest sprite. Yep. So if you're just joining, they have a pagan shrine, whereas you see Barls here, that monk he's training will be a priest, and it'll have those AoE1 graphics. And Mangonel is still attacking his TC, and he's down by 30 Vils. So Lewis adding in his third TC, taking the gold. All those poor brown bears chasing the crossbows. So Barl's trying to find damage with the crossbows, not really finding an opening. Lewis has some combination of walls, mangonels, and TCs defending everything. And Monastery goes up there for Barls. Mr. Jordan's last game. Chat will have to answer that. Lou, do you know? So, Sanctity on the way for Barls. And Mangonel wants a shot. Split at the last moment. Crossbows get away. Priests in the back, all running around. We'll have a few archery ranges down in the south being added by the Vils. And Imperial Age on the way for Lewis. He's clicking up. Barls feels like he's falling farther and farther behind. 4K res collected difference now. And Market on the way up. Now time to check Sanctity on the priests. They did benefit from Sanctity, so they do seem to benefit from monk upgrades. And nice shot on the Mangonel. Crossbows will split and get the other one. Doesn't get a second shot off, and they'll kill the bear. So still at least some army pressuring from Barls. Does have the army lead, but I don't think it'll be enough to push Lewis's defense. Lewis will get the skirms out. Maybe Barls could do redemption on the priests and convert the ranges. That could apply some pressure. Crossbows pick a skirm. Elite skirm on the way. Crossbows killing a villager. It does look pretty bad for him. Barls heard my idea. There he goes, redemption. He's not going for the ranges though. I think he needs to. Let's see, will he do it? Yes. Barls, yeah, Barls knows how to clown. And heal the crossbows, and then convert the ranges. As he realizes he has redemption. And meanwhile, let's just check out the north. Looks like there's a few skirms and monks coming forward. This is just Lewis's initial housing there. Not much going on, but he does have a Vil doing outposts. And there he goes, going for conversions on the ranges. Skirms there trying to attack the priest. He does get healed, but a lot of the skirms do go down anyway. Those are elite skirms. And then the monks can just, once the skirms are taken down, turn and convert the ranges. And there they go, back to the ranges. I think this range is being targeted. This monk has monk juice, he can go for another range when he wants to. Yeah, forever Castle Age for Barls though, just doing horse collar now, just doing wheelbarrow. The only thing he had was double bit axe. And horse collar versus imp. Block printing on the way for Lewis. He's ready to just do monks. He is Italian, so he'll have good monks too. This is a monk matchup where I think both these civs have everything other than heresy. Yep, everything aside from heresy. So this is a good monk matchup. You're not going to get heresy and have them all dying. So monks in the back going for conversions on the crossbows. Bodkin, arrow, atonement, and wheelbarrow on the way. And then a guard tower finished at the university. So guard tower for Barls. Oh, maybe thinking of guard towers to stop archer pushes in early imp. That actually worked pretty well. I'm pretty sure I've seen Jordan do that before too. Guard tower is a way of stopping an arbalest push. You can mess up the timing there, but I still don't see Barls getting imp anytime soon. Still stuck in the castle age. Getting his eco caught up slightly. He's up to 81 Vils, but still only 3 TCs. Lewis will keep getting up towards around 140 or so. And doing another defensive castle. I'll take out that guard tower that was on his wood line. Might lose a Vil or so if Varls can target them properly. Actually, is this a doubt castle? Is this a doubt castle? Crossbows coming over, they'll fend the Vils off as the skirms come forward. And now the skirms will be there to help get the castle up, so now it'll go up. And that'll be a lot of dead crossbows for Barls. That'll be a lot of dead crossbows for Barls. Those Imperial Liege skirms. Ah, so much extra range with the Bracer, forcing them away. And he even picked that Vil there. No space to hide inside the tower. And okay, there's Imp. There's Imp for Barls, putting it in his back TC. Maybe breathing a bit of life into his game if he can go Imp, but Lewis has done a sneak dock in the back, and now has a fire ship that eventually we'll see and attack fishing ships, surely. Or no. Okay, the fishing ship's just outside its line of sight. Oh, there it goes. Pathfinding around the left side of the fishing ship finally draws its attention. Condottieri should finish Barls. Let's see if Lewis has the eco to go for them. 54 on food, 23 on stone. Doing a castle, not the most balanced of economies I've ever seen. Oh gosh, look at that mining camp. This is gonna be a lot of stone. He just wants castle drops. So skirm and bombard cannon now. Say 7 castles worth of stone. 37 Vils on stone. He really wants more castles. They do have bombard towers, right? They do have towers. Yep. And they do have keeps. Also get fully upgraded keeps. So crossbows will pick off the cannon. Tower goes down, but that'll buy Barls maybe a bit of time. I'm sure he at least wants to get Imp. And Japanese versus Italians, I think, is still a tricky matchup for the Japanese and Imp. It's definitely a skirmisher matchup. Are their bombard towers cheaper? I think so, yes. It is, what is it, gunpowder units minus 20%, and I'm pretty sure that applies to their towers, just as it does to their cannons and hand cannoneers. I feel like the worst Civ and Imp. I think they can be tricky to play in Imp. They're better than I think they used to be because of how good their heavy cav archers are. But outside of that unit, then yeah, they're definitely tricky. Good trash lines though, at least, for the most part. Isn't Yasama Tower kind of okay? It is, but it also depends on the situation, right? You're not always gonna have Yasama Towers. So cannon, keeping the crossbows away. And Vils will go build the castle. Oh, cannon shot from Lewis. All the crossbows, then gets the mangonel. So cannon galleon in the middle from Lewis. Barl's still desperately trying to hang on in the back. He is doing Yasama now. Still would need keep. As Yasama heavy plow padded archer armor. He's 105 pop to 171. What is the win condition for Barls here? Probably Lewis's internet dropping at this point. He's down by 8k res collected. 33 Vils, and he's still getting pushed. Chemistry on the way. He's trying to hold with towers. That was still a really nice bombard cannon shot on the crossbows earlier. Spectator dashboard saying, what spectator dashboard? That is not an accurate depiction of this game. The Spec Dashboard believes in Barls. Is that for the series or the game? Gotta be for the series, right? Position was worse 10 minutes ago? I mean, he's still kind of holding on. And he's researching Elite Skirm. Maybe that's his ticket back into the game to do Skirms. Barles is at max pop. I mean, Lewis is at max pop and Barles is like half of that. And, Creddy, thank you for the follow. Cannon's looking for the crossbows. And they do get a hit there. And Lay Mau Mau and N Fedorko, thank you for the follows too. So Jock going up as the cannons hit it. That'll be forging and heavy plow on the way. Lewis continuing to check all of his upgrades, add them in. Spec Dashboard maybe going solely on Elo. Ooh, you know what? That might explain it, because Elo gives you that probability, right? So Spec Dashboard could do that. What is this dot down there? Oh, that's just the converted range from earlier. Yeah, there's one crossbow in it. Over here, some towers from Barles. Barles trying to tower everything over here. Don't know how well that's going to do. Oh, I mean, he's killing some vills with them. Yeah, Barles does have Yasama. You can see that individual tower shooting a lot of arrows. And there is conscription on the way. As the cannon galleons will be trying to take out that castle. Barles does not yet have Cataperuto. And that is his only castle and his only source of trebs, and he's not trying to repair it against those 3 cannon galleons. At least they're not elite, but that castle would love a treb at least. Also has to be careful that the cannon galleons don't just pick off the treb when it leaves. I think it's far enough away that it's okay. But that castle will soon go down. Another volley or two. And he's trying to oh, he finally notices he goes to repair one hero repairville. The other vills have to go around the market and not going to get the repairs in time. Treb will try to fight against the cannon galleons and does sink it. Has a good shot there. That's Steph Curry from downtown. Going for the cannon galleons. On the other side, Skirm cannon push. Lewis continuing to take these wood lines away from Barles. Barles might have to start worrying about his wood situation soon. Skirm's trying to take out cannons there. Ooh, Treb shot just misses. Skirm's moving in, successfully destroying one cannon. Although their numbers dwindling to all the other Skirms first, though, as the Cavaliers come forward. And as the Treb snipes off one more cannon galleon, look at that timing, Barles will call the GG. And Lewis, with Bazi random as the first map, will take a 1-0 lead, managing his Pagan Shrine, Archer of the Eyes, and Capture Age DLC ship. Just a bit better than Barles did. KD, actually really close there. Lewis with a few more conversions. Much better eco. And better imp time at the end. Thank you, E1000 Doa, for the follow. Barles will win the set. Go, Barles. People believe. GG. Feels like one of those maps where you have to be everywhere all the time. Look away for a few seconds, you might lose half your army. Yes. Alright, so like I've been saying on Twitch, just gonna do ads between the games so we don't get pre-rolls. So apologies for the ads. You can go to YouTube if you don't want to see the ads. Wish I didn't have to run them on Twitch. Alright, so we'll update the scoreboard now. That is Lewis going up 1-0. For the maps, he is there winning Bazi random. I'll put the 2 because he's on the right side of the scoreboard. And then for the civs, that'll be a win with the Italians and a loss with the Japanese. So they're very end of the draft for those civs. Woo at the end of the draft. I believe it is easy and free to follow on Twitch. It is. Unfortunately, following doesn't get you out of the ads. It's also free to subscribe on YouTube. That helps too. We're just about at 30K on YouTube. And where are we on the dashboard? Right, and the next map will be Arena. Something a bit more standard. A heaven map, surely. Alright. My food is delivered. Give me one moment. Alright, food successfully is obtained from outside my door. Let's get into arena. And here we are. We will have Lewis as the blue Bengalis and Barles, appropriately picking purple for the Burgundians, but for consistency I'll keep him in the red this set. So there will be elephants here, and there will be mouflons, no chickens, so no funnels this game. This will be a rather large opening on arena, and you can tower rush. The walls are only 1,080 hit points. It is Beastchi. It is a Michi variant, as chat points out, where instead of trees, you have wolves or bears or Komodo dragons or crocodiles or some type of predator in the middle. So Dark Age, Double Bit Axe for Barles. Burgundians, Bengalis, a Civ matchup I'm sure we're all familiar with seeing on arena. Good monks for both of them, but great economy for Burgundians with the early eco upgrades. Bengali is pretty good with the extra vills. I think in general, Burgundian is probably a bit stronger on the eco though. And do we get chickens with charge attacks? Don't know about chickens with charge attacks. Anyway, more villas going to the wood line, some houses going up along the back. Tournament hosted with Civ bonus shared mod. That was actually we've had some ideas for that. We were thinking of doing a tournament where like you combine 2 civs, and you play the combined civ in the tournament. Let's play an old arena. No curveballs, no sliders, no changeups. Well, I mean, DE arena itself is I don't think that's a fastball. This is maybe more like a cutter. Not like a good old 4-seam arena. What makes this tournament unique? The map pool. This is one of the heaven maps, the standard maps, but then there are the hell maps like we just saw in Bozzy Random. Need another Civ builder? At some point soon, I don't want to do another FFA right after the Regicide Rumble, but at some point during the latter half of the year, I think I'd like to do one. Need more Hyper Random? There will be a Hyper Random tournament soon. I'll be Masters of Hyper Random. Yellow for Bengalis and purple for Burgundians, like their campaigns. That's a good idea, but I think I'll keep the player colors consistent. 8 Elephant Civ FFA. No, we're not going to go full Elephant Civ again. Heresy for the elephants. I was thinking Mongol Catan Steppes. So Arabian Wolf going to go take a bite out of the villagers as they're trying to go tower rush. This is Lewis. If you saw him in Rage Arena, he tower rushed every game, and it looks like with that barracks, it'll probably be the Vinch style Trush with a range behind it. And the stone walls only 1,080 hit points. And this is, I guess, definitely a hell map with Arena not having proper 1,800 HP walls. And that'll be then a forward watchtower from Lewis. Where's he gonna build the tower? By the gate. Okay, he's gonna tower rush through the gate. This will be his best ever achievement. Has he won anything else? Was TTL Gold a higher tier on Wikipedia than this? I think this is B tier. So Barl's going to wall behind this. He will do Loom. And he's in the Dark Age for a long time as the Burgundians, because he does invest food into the eco upgrades, and he'll be clicking up. Remember, the eco upgrades you get in the Dark Age are wood upgrades. You do horse collar at the mill, double bit axe at the lumber camp. They cost food. Even gold mining at the mining camp. You're not improving your food eco for growing up faster, so it does slow you down a bit. How do they compare to house walls? They have, in some ways they're better. Or actually, in all ways, they're better. They have more melee armor and more hit points, so they're strictly better than house walls. I guess the villas do have +6 against stone defense, but they cancel out fully their melee attack and their building attack, so it's just the stone defense that they do. Do I have Patreon? I do have a Patreon. Yes, that should be linked. If you do ! Patreon in the Twitch chat, or somewhere beneath the Twitch stream too. Imagine something like Brits Archers, but with Maya discount. I mean, the old days would have been Saracen Maya Obsidian Arrows. Gold upgrade in the Dark Age. Getting one Vil there is cheaper and would give more gold. Also slow you down a bit. I'm just saying, like, even if you were to do that, it's still costing you food. It's just all the upgrades you have are not necessarily food upgrades. That is a weird spot for Barls to place a stone wall. That literally walls off nothing? Okay, there we go. That makes sense now. He's doing a market and a blacksmith there. That makes more sense. And, Macrodon, thank you for the follow. Oh, also Drunken Monkey earlier. And E1000 Doa, thank you for the follows. Maybe he faked a tower? I don't think that was a fake tower. I mean, this tower is going up anyway, right? Fake tower would be you get your opponent to build a tower and waste stone and commit to it. This was just, okay, this was just I didn't see how else he was going to wall it. Market blacksmith there with the wall there behind the gold. So he's getting that up in time. Okay, now this is tricky though. Lewis has gotten to the stone. He's gotten into the stone of Barles. So Barles not going to have access here. 5 archers coming forward. And Barles, though, he could maybe sneak out the side of his base and go to this stone. That's an option, but harder to do when the archers are out there and the scout's still alive. So right now, he does not have access to any stone. And then the question is, what does he do once he gets up? Does he do the workshop? And also, how does Lewis follow this up? Does Lewis eventually do a stable? He's still on stone at home. If he takes the forward stone, could maybe move vills off of that, but probably just wants these vills attacking walls, trying to break through. So tower attacking the town center. Don't know if that's a good use of the tower time. Probably wants it instead focusing on one of the wall pieces. Because, yeah, it does cover up a hole, right? The gold here is 7 tiles, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there would otherwise be a hole if if this palisade were breached. There would be a hole between the market and this tile of gold. There's nothing between that fortified wall and this tile. If there were another gold tile there, then yeah, it wouldn't cover anything, but that is open there. Can't Barles just go Cavalier? Not with 7 farms. Not with 7 farms. He could eventually go Cavalier with more eco, but the point of this would be to have map control by the time that happens. Yeah, monks do also exist if they want to Wooloo the Cavaliers. And okay, Abercross, thank you for the follow. So defensive workshop, Mangonel on the way. Now feudal towers will lose to Mangonels. There's no doubt about that. Ooh. Tempting to try to run the archers through, but probably not an option for Lewis. That palisade is not going to create an opening. But if Lewis could go through these houses in the back, then all of a sudden those archers could be scary. Thank you, Manny999R for the follow. Oh, Mangonel pops out and hits the villagers. Hits the villagers. Tower going to keep the Mangonel away. They didn't get through the house in time. Boom. That's exactly what he wanted. So 5 archers still in that tower. Another 5 archers for this tower. So 2 towers attacking the TC. Maybe makes Barles have to repair eventually. Loom on the way. There was no loom that entire time. If Lewis has loom, those vills might survive. Well, without loom, they die immediately to Mangonels. Hope this game lasts longer, 4 hours, 50 minutes. Ah, that's the best type of arena game, right? Who needs loom? Just let the vills run around. Sounds like a strategy. So there is the Castle Age on the way for Lewis. Barles will win this. You got faith in Barles. So what is Lewis's follow-up to this? How much better? That's the thing, infantry bonuses. You get them to apply to chakrams, and all of a sudden you have a scary civ. So the Mangonel's attacking the towers. And that Vil probably is shielded from the attack by the Mangonels. Funeral towers? Yeah, have a funeral for these towers now. But you're right, feudal towers do go down very fast to Mangonels. And Barles now will reclaim his base. And behind this, the resources collected very similar. Barles, however, did manage to get the second TC, so he will pull ahead slightly in villagers. Yep, and then the next thing is you fight over the relics. So you check to see, is there a stable for either player? Now, usually the follow-up to the tower rush will be a stable from Lewis, where the point of the stable is that you're going to try to control the map and keep the mangonels in the base so they can't hit the archers, and also be able to pick off monks if Barles goes for them. You kind of want to turn the Trush into map control for the relics while also having a strong feudal eco to turn into a boom. This is no production at home? Well, that's kind of the point, right? He's going for archers. Maybe he'll lose a range, but I don't think he's too worried about that. Gonna go double monastery while researching crossbow. Try to get crossbow in before the range goes down. And he's gonna follow this up with a monk push. So monks from the Bengalis, Burgundians, they do not have access to heresy. And the Bengalis do not either. So good pair of monk civs. We just missing theocracy and imp for the Burgundians, so better monks for the Bengalis, especially with their armor. Crossbows will attempt to save the range, and they'll go first for the monks, try to force them away. Get some micro to focus down the mangonels. Crossbows took a shot at the scout, and that mangonel 3 HP will get repaired. So 2 monks coming from the monasteries there. And you also have to remember against the Trush, the Burgundians will have had their eco upgrades added in much earlier. So that does help your economy against the Trush. So redemption on the way. Monks in siege forward for Barles. Redemption, but no sanctity yet, so it will be hard to convert a mangonel without sanctity. You could maybe split the monks up and then each try to go for their own conversion. I don't like it when the monks are together. Yeah, they have to split, and they just kind of wasted some conversion time there. If they were split up and they had sanctity, then they'd probably convert the mangonels there. Well, sanctity a bit late. This monk wants a conversion, can't run because he knows the scout will be there. Or he probably should have just tried for the conversion there and hoped he got lucky. He keeps the scout away, deletes the wall. That's a big delete to run everything. That is a big delete. Sanctity on the way. Monastery at home now, but map presence in the middle now for Barles. Arabian wolf chasing more villagers. One mangonel converted at least. Mangonel converted. So Barles wants to stay within the minimum range while also shooting the crossbows. And mangonel gets picked off. Converted mangonel lives. Mistake from Barles not to finish off that mangonel, I think. And now the monks can get conversions on the scorpions. Scorpions won't kill the monks fast enough. That one will heal. And 2 conversions on the scorpions. So double scorpions now for Lewis. Doesn't need his own workshop when he can just take Barles' siege. And there is going to be the forward castle. Barles repaired the wall, so castle won't be inside. Both players ready for castles. Barles needs a bit more stone. And it's going to be imp time for both of them pretty soon, so it'll be castles into imp. Now, Barles' castle will go up much faster. Won't be able to stop this, though, with all the crossbows behind it. Lewis will have to... Yeah, he's not gonna... Once he sees that castle, not gonna go right there. There's imp right away for Barles. Lewis at home, just about to go imp himself. Much lower economy, though. He needs the building, needs to do the university. Remember, he didn't do his own workshop, just did the monastery, so that's going to slow him down. That'll slow him down as he goes to the university. Ooh, he can castle drop a TC. That's where he's going to go. And it's not going to be an immediate castle fight. So the only problem with this castle is, well, 1, the timing, 2, the fact that Barles will be able to treb this castle from the safety of his own walls. Lewis will not be able to use this castle in a treb fight, because it's not going to protect trebs if they have to go around to reach this castle. He'll need to break through the walls first. Which, even with the castle shooting the walls, is kind of tricky to do that, and then have the positioning for the treb fight. Okay, now he's behind by about 20 vills. About second rush. Well, that's always the thing with monks. The monk rush never ends. You can kill a whole bunch of monks with those monasteries. They'll keep pumping them out. Also, that monk trying to blend in, mine some gold with the vills. And behind all of this, what is the relic count? 3 relics for Lewis, 1 for Barles. And don't know where the final relic is. Maybe Lewis has it somewhere? Yep, there's the final relic. I'll probably put it home. So 4-1 relic lead for Lewis. Can be important to secure the relics against the Burgundians, because they do have the food generation. But huge villager lead for Barles. A defensive castle at home, so we will have 2 castle treb production. Will, though, have to worry about gold. Only 400 gold left there. And the gold at the front is kind of exposed because it's at the front. So Monk's going for a conversion on the blacksmith. Crossbow's killing vills after that TC goes down. Some skirms! Best unit in the game, the skirmisher. Barles going for skirms. Not going to hold up that well against Castle Age crossbows, though. They don't have the upgrades. Pressure on that blacksmith continued. Chemistry on the way. Crossbows will try to pick off vills if they can. Castle will go up and stop the conversion. Scorpions and a mangonel coming forward. And vills will go out for a mining camp on the gold. Baskets, low baskets. Blondes. So, Bracer on the way for Lewis. He'll get that for the crossbows. Does he have Arb? Do Bengalis have Arb? They do. Okay. Could be an option too. Now, he somehow needs to keep this castle standing while denying the gold. And yeah, this is exactly what I was worried about. Trebs, from the safety of these walls, able to treb down this castle. Well, Lewis can't do the same in turn. They have Arb, no thumb ring. So Bracer on the way for Lewis from the blacksmith. And Bracer elite skirm. And Galleys can maybe struggle against skirm. The Trebs are going for the castle. And blacksmith goes down. It did get Bracer though. Bracer is in. Castle goes down. And Trebs will be trebbing down the castle. Vills can repair the Trebs. And as long as you have repairs, Trebs shouldn't be destroyed. But it's really crucial that he takes out that castle, because then he'd have a way to go for the Trebs. But the cannon is out for Barles. We'll shoot down the Trebs. Trebs go down, 1 Treb down, and now the skirms can show why they're the best unit in the game, picking off monks, picking off crossbows, dancing, dodging ballistics. Not even worried about the mangonel now that they have Bracer. Would have been funny if he shot it with 1 Treb shot, denying Bracer. I mean, denying Bracer actually would have been huge against the skirms. So behind this, 67 vills to 81, Barles up by 5k resources. Only thing that Lewis really has going for him now is that he has 4 relics. He does have 3 TCs behind this. I mean, maybe there's some world where he adds enough TCs he can catch up on vills. But oh no, the relics are all in the forward monastery. No, he never took them to put them in his base. Okay, then yeah, if the Burgundians gets that and has 5 relics, then it's over. How much do skirm armor upgrades versus arbs matter when you don't get the last armor anyway? I mean, I think they still matter a lot. Right? I mean, with 35 hit points, arbs, right, if he does arbs, then he has 10 damage on them, right? So if you don't do any armor, it's 5 shots. If you don't do any armor, it's 6 shots. No, 5 shots, because it's 6 damage per shot and 35 HP. So then 36 you need damage. So 6 shots to kill them. And if you do armor, then it's 7. And if you do the second armor, it should be more than that. Right, so then it's 5 damage, so it takes 7. Then 2 armor, it takes at least 8. So yeah, it still matters. So... Relics. He's getting away. He's getting away. He's gonna bring the relics back. He's saving the relics. So yeah, now it's Lewis's turn to make skirms. So Lewis, 4 relics, it's skirm time. Like have switch, they tear up skirms with the Bengali bonus. And what bonus do they have? Oh, Cav +2 against skirmishers. That's random, but okay. And skirm's so powerful, they need specific bonuses against them. Lewis, don't lose the monks to the skirms. The Bengali monks, I guess they're okay. You only lose 2. Like Paladin from Barles, he's gonna go Cavalier into Paladins. Look at that though, Lewis has evened up the Vil count. Barles, he lost some of his TCs during that push, so he's only on 1 TC now. Lewis still more res collected. Maybe there's a world where he holds with skirms, and he's doing more ranges. The thing that's gonna hurt Lewis is if he doesn't scout the Paladin switch, and he goes full skirm and Paladins run in. Barles now at the forward castle. He'll have all the map control and all the middle resources. So Barles is gonna have to push this out and get back on the map at some point. Helps them counter their main units. Yeah, that's right. Bengalis have a huge weakness to skirms otherwise. Wait, does that mean Vrathas have +2 attack versus skirms, even with their ranged attack? Hey, Lewis just trying to do a castle now to hold. Feels like he still doesn't have the skirm numbers. No, he does not. As Barles keeps pushing, forces Lewis off of his gold. So Lewis still has a gold in the back now, but forced off from the front. Yeah, not having bombard cannons hurts Bengali's late game on these arena maps. It's imp, you can have 2 blacksmiths. You research text faster. or in parallel. Did I make a spiral from last night? No, I've not actually finished those changes. I think it's actually going to be very complicated to implement trigonometric functions in the new update, given the limitations we have. No if statements, no bitwise operators, no integers, only floating point numbers. No ability to do a lookup table. Cannon hits the skirms. As that monastery goes down, there go the relics. And Barles' push will continue. Next, he will treb the castle, and then move on to the town centers. Treb the castle, then go for the TCs. And down it goes. Oh, I can definitely do calculus. I can do that. That's no problem. Problem is just converting to integers is not possible. So Cavaliers coming forward, picking off a whole bunch of, or not Cavaliers, light cav picking off the monks, and that will finally break Lewis as he loses the castle. And there's the 1-to-1. Balls ties it up 100 to 37 KD. Lewis got 28 conversions, but not enough for him, as Balls pulls ahead in economy. Booms against the push as the Burgundians. And GG. Balls' push will continue next episode. Well, maybe it'll continue in the next game. Maybe. So once again, just gonna do the mid-game ads on Twitch so we get them out of the way. and update the scoreboard. So that there is 1-1. Barles ties it up. We'll have a best of 5 remaining, as that is a win on his home map of Arena. And Lewis will pick the map for the next game. It is the Burgundians, very high civ pick. Losing against the Bengalis, also pretty high. Still problems with mod transfer I'm seeing for Rage Forest. Alright, so the next map will be Walled Hyper Random. Alright, Lewis electing Walled Hyper Random. We're electing to choose Walled Hyper Random. Thank you, Linoreal Terrible, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Also, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for the host earlier, Jordan. So between Twitch and YouTube, we have around 800 or so people watching. So appreciate having you all here. Lino the Terrible in Italian. Best caster ever. Oh, thank you, Gabby. And looks like they have launched. Need to watch The Godfather so my Italian catches up to my German. One day I'll have to do a German stream, just for the fun of it. It's gotta be a good way to practice, right? I love having 2 specific types of hyper random. Yeah, I like how Zetnus took his hyper random script and changed it into a bunch of different ones. So you can pick different types of starts if you think different ones are fun. And your Monday ist Zurück. I don't think I can just steal Lily's brand, though. Maybe I can do something like Deutsch Dienstag. Pirate stream and tournament, when? What? Race car driver? I don't know where that came from. And here we are. We'll have Barles, we'll put him in the red. We'll have Barles as the red Cumans to the northwest, and Lewis as the blue Spanish to the northeast. And this will be walled hyper random. They have a good stone wall, and all the resources are randomized. That Javelina has next to no food on it, only 116. That goose has only 26 food on it, and the players are gonna have to realize there's no food on those geese. Their geese are not cooked. They're just under the TC. And what is the hero? They have Sumanguru as their hero. He will be healing at 30 HP per minute and pushing the deer in towards the TC. Not much food on the deer either, only 56 food. There's like no food on any of these animals. What about the berries? The berries have extra food. So players might need to farm early on in the Dark Age. Okay, at least that boar has more food on it. Grey wolf in the back. Yeah, very lean meat. Was Jordan a Summon Guru in a Hidden Cup? Ducks might remember that better than I do. For ACCM. I totally forget where this guy is used in the campaigns. It was one of the Raja's campaigns, right? I could have sworn he was an elephant, though. Maybe I'm completely misremembering. So what is the Civ matchup? Humans versus Spanish. So with walled hyper random, Barles was thinking he'll pick Kumans and he'll do a 2TC boom, and he'll have walls to defend himself. Lewis is thinking, okay, I'll go Spanish. I'll just go FC Conks and try to fight the Kumans. Surya Varman is the elephant I'm thinking of. Thank you, thank you. As soon as you typed that name, I realized that is exactly the name I was thinking of. Where is Summon Guru then in the campaigns? Is he one of the African Kingdoms campaigns then? He was African Kingdoms, okay. Okay, yeah. And you're absolutely right, it is Surya Varman. Or, yeah, Surya Varman, who is the elephant I'm thinking of. Well, long name with an S that's hard for me to pronounce. I got him confused. Sunjata, the Lion's Den. Yes, that was the copy of that AoE 1 scenario. Yes. The antagonist for the Malians. I remember that now. Man, it's been years since I played those campaigns. That low food wasn't good for the isn't food for the Kuman's boom. Well, we'll see if we can push in more of these deer. Like it might in total be okay. Oh, that boar. Oh, that boar having trouble pathing around the tree. Who hasn't been a Hidden Cup hero? Well, there's been new campaigns since the last Hidden Cup, right? Yeah. Idle Eco? Yeah, a bit. 2 minutes, 28 seconds, more than Barles has had. So, deer being pushed in. And it's got to be awkward to manage your TC when the geese have so little food on them. And everything does, and you got to constantly keep swapping the vills around. What else is on the map? What's out here? So it looks like each player has a huge pile of gold. You have this little sideways pointing arrow this way. And then a huge amount of gold here. Oh, there's a ton of gold on these. So 14.3k gold in each of these piles. Wait, 13.2k. Okay, well, 13 to 14,000 gold out here. This one has one extra tile. In the back of their bases, there will be, oh gosh, a huge extra gold here. Actually, this is a huge advantage for Lewis if this goes late. He can just wall this off and have a safe gold and stone back there. That's a decent amount of stone there, too. Over here, some stone. I don't think the extra berries make up for the difference in golds. So Lewis kind of has 2 golds. He can even wall here and over here. Feels like Black Forest had a baby with Arena and Gold Rush. That'd be one heck of a combination. The question is, will he find them? Will he find them? Okay, he has found that for sure. So he knows about the back of his base. He knows about the back. This is a very pro-Lewis map. Oh, he even has a stone down here in terms of the resource spawns. He's going to kill some of the wolves in between them with his Summon Guru. And, well, this has to be FC Conks for a forward castle, right? And forward castle against Kumans is always risky, I think. If the Kumans scout it, they can always just Vil fight you and do Loom and potentially just have more of an eco working while they pull the same number of Vils and pull ahead that way if they stop the castle. Not always possible, though. A tad stacked. What does Barles have? He has a second TC and a dream. He has a hill upon which to build the TC and keep it safe. Both players eventually, I doubt they'll see a relic back there. That is trapped. Barles does have maybe, I was going to say in the middle, it's 1, 2 relics for Barles, then 1, 2 for Lewis, and then 1 kind of in the middle. Well, Barles maybe has a slight relic advantage. That's all he has. Well, that's hyper random, right? Hyper random can be part of the charm. It can be a bit unbalanced. Now he does have, he has 2 extra golds in his base, right? But these are just the 2 extra golds that Lewis has back here, or even less than that. Or that's the one that Lewis has there. So one of Lewis's extra golds is outside of his walls. So I guess that's, not in his base. That Barles has in his base, but with all the extra map golds Lewis has, I definitely prefer his map. Is that unit is just a hero unit. It is the hero scout they spawn with for hyper random. Maybe an attack animation. Will the wolf attack? I mean, the wolf could make a difference in that fight. They're healing pretty quickly. Slight advantage for Lewis. Barles will take the hill, though. And with the hill, he'll get the advantage. Ooh, turns around. Kuman's Spanish. I'm not sure exactly who has the advantage late, just in terms of their unit composition anyway. With Steppe Husbandry, I think Kumans are great for open maps where they can raid. Maybe less so on a very closed map like this one. Especially if Lewis just kind of walls up and plays in the back and doesn't open himself up to raids. It's like Malay or Burgundian even better? Ooh, I don't know about that. I have seen Malay outboom Kumans before. So we're just gonna have another layer of wall here for Barles, just in case something happens. He'll be walled up. So if Lewis does go forward for the castle drop, Lewis will be walled. What do they do against conquistadors? Probably Kipchaks. I think Kipchaks actually are decent against conks. Maybe a bit longer to get going with upgrades, but once you get ballistics, I think that you can do pretty well. Does it get boosted by the Civ bonuses? Yes it does. Barles' Sumanguru is faster, and there are the forward vills. So Barles will see what Lewis is thinking. Lewis is gonna say, I want loom before I go forward. I'll build this castle no matter what, but I want loom first. And since this guy is a hero, you can't just do monks and convert him. Does he try to be hyper aggressive when he can? I don't know about that, but I know he always does tower rush on Arena, and I saw that from Rage Arena, where every single game he tower rushed. So he's the Spanish, he will build the castle faster, and he did manage to sneak 4 vills around. So Barles scouted 1 set of vills with Sumanguru. The other vills come forward, they'll wall themselves in. And no problem getting the castle up. But now 20 vill lead for Barles, as he goes up to the castle age and will research loom. Yes, the Toot and Trush consistently on hideout. Okay, okay. Falling on a hill makes you throw your mouse on the display. Lose 6 fills, but under reaction feudal, then win by in 80 minutes. Not better to go full boom with so much gold instead of conk against humans? Well, let's see. Does Lewis doesn't actually know how good his map is. That's one of the things that helps balance out hyper random. The map is sometimes completely unbalanced, but you might not scout it and figure it out in time. So conks will be pushing through the palisade wall. You straight up go paladins and conks, yep. There's a castle for Barles. Swingu is an amazing monk counter here. He is if you get through the walls, right? He needs to get to a point where he can actually do melee damage. And now second castle for Lewis. Alright, Spanish building faster bonus. There he goes. He will be outside of that range circle, so the castle will go up. And he'll just go double castle conquistadors, Nilly's worst nightmare. Ville lead. Someone photocopied the last game. The 25 Ville lead. Lewis being aggressive. Probably should rush Imp now. Now that's an option, right? You rush Imp and then you get into a Trebor. But kind of hard for the crewmans to do that because they can't stone wall, right? They can't stone wall. They have the forward castle looking to break through the buildings. And there'll be conquistadors everywhere. Petards even break through here, no problem. And Barles is going to go watchtower defense. Might even need to do they have guard towers? Do Kumans have guard towers at the university? They do not have guard towers at all. And Blacksmith goes down, but he did do Bodkin first, so that tower will have Bodkin. Capture a ram push. Ooh, a ram push could be interesting. That's for sure, because the conquistadors, they do have +4 against rams, but they don't destroy them all that quickly. It's one of those awkward things where the conquistadors are like, they do damage to the rams over time, and they will destroy the rams, so you probably need more than like 4 rams. You probably need more like 5 or 6. It's not as good as like a melee unit that would destroy the rams right away. Or like a true Konu or a Mamluk that could destroy them from range even better. They're decent enough that they can stand behind the castle and help hold against the ram push. So Lewis selling stone, and Lewis actually gonna go fast imp. Okay, Lewis is gonna go imp. He's gonna be down by 40 plus vills soon. But it's gonna be imp and double castle treb production. And he breaks the castle, breaks his way in. And if he destroys the castle, that's gonna stop the Kipchak production. And what units does Barles actually make then, if he's trapped in the back of his base? He'll have lots of gold access, no problem there. Outposting over here just to scout and make sure it's walled. And, oh, what is this sneaky castle? What is this? Okay, he's gonna do a castle on the right and sneak out. I mean, if he could do 2 petards and get into Lewis's base, that would be absolutely devastating. He doesn't have the petard numbers yet. Does the castle get extra arrows from conquistadors? Yes. And he is gonna go for a ram push. He is going for a ram push. Okay, well now we can see they are capped rams. Then it's Kipchaks against conquistadors, but they never have to take that fight because of the castles. Bill's there to repair, and now you can see conks on the hill. Let's see how the hero does. Oh, the hero! He almost dies to the Kipchaks. How did the conks do against the rams? Like, you know, they'll whittle the HP down. Not amazing, though. Those conks also attacking the house when they need to focus on the ram. Petard there. Petard's great against rams, though. That's what you do if you don't have a melee unit. You do petards and they can take out rams. Imp on the way for Lewis. Ram pushes are very expensive. Hero unit. Did the hero garrison? Or... Okay, yeah, he did garrison. The big Kipchak push, though. Trying to hit the Repairville's garrison. Conk's dodging back and forth. Another petard. Oh no, those are Vills that got ejected from the castle, not enough HP. That castle will go down, and Lewis will be imp, but now in the awkward situation, he doesn't have the forward castle for his trebs anymore. Doesn't have the forward castle for the trebs. He can start trebbing back here, but this is just a continued ram push from Barles. And yeah, I thought maybe starting with 2 rams isn't enough, but I totally forgot it was cap ram and not just battering ram. So cap ram definitely much more threatening to the castles. And the Conks will take out the rams. And Lewis is going to call the GG. Barles does it. He goes up 2-1. Impressive ram push. That castle was about to go down. And it works. So GG. Here are the stats. And it'll be 15 kills, 14 losses. Much more res collected. And Lewis's imp not at the time he needed. 27 minutes, a bit too late for that push. So GG, and Barles will take the lead. Absolutely love watching Barles play. Barles has done really well in tournaments recently too. Like give him credit for that as well. And the next map looks like it'll be Regicide Socotra. What a game. Oh. Barles really good with mouse only. Barles is using a keyboard hagbrider. Is he playing mouse only somewhere? That's insane. He has a one-armed bandit alt mouse only. Oh, okay. Okay. See, when his normal elo using only mouse, he loses 200 to 300 elo. That's like 1k8 with mouse only. I mean, he's usually like what? He's like 2k7 on the ladder. I think he probably loses more than 200 to 300 elo for the mouse only. And Socotra. They got mouse only, bills only. That's the Tato challenge. Only mouse is way easier than most people think on DE. One day I'll have to try using turning the UI off. I've done that against the AIs, and I could beat 2 AIs. But that's extra tricky because I need to use hotkeys for text, and I'm not used to that. I have to come up with hotkeys for them on the fly. The nerves get to Lewis? No, he's just it's 2-1 in a best of 7. He's fine. So Barles will be playing as the red Khitans. Lewis will be playing as the blue Wu, and the map will be Socotra. Lewis immediately grabs his elephant, has to be careful of the zebras being forward. The ones with buttons make it easier. That's true if you have more buttons on the side and you use them. So another Vil going to grab the elephant, both players grabbing their elephants and having somewhat forward zebras. I know I use the side buttons on my mouse, the forward and backwards buttons to deploy and then pack my trebs. I press up to make the treb go up and down to make the treb go down. That's how I remember it. You never play without foot pedals again? I know how would anyone use back when I used Emacs, I could never use that without the foot pedals. Use only the Guitar Hero controller. That's the real way to play AoE 2. What was that thing called on the old YouTube video? The strategic commander. That's what you use. No Q. Yep, no Q, no anything. Just the game itself. You can have like the HP bars turned on top of units, and you see what you've selected, but no minimap, no resources, nothing else. So forwardville now to lame, and Lewis will be using the king as part of his laming. An important part of Regicide Socotra, fighting with your king. Although we did see that backfire with Dark, where he lost the king to a tower in the feudal age. And he does lame all of the zebras. And Scout will attempt to block and create a space for the Vil to run. Same thing for the king. I wonder, could Barles block the king with his king and attack with the Scout, like he's doing to the Vil? Maybe the king's too speedy for that, too agile. Now that should be a dead Vil for Lewis if the blocking continues. Another hit on the Vil. And you'll try to wall the Vil in. Gets the wall on the Vil. Successfully walls the Vil, so Lewis will keep the Vil alive. So Vil gets walled in. Sato advises not to have a hotkey on the mouse. Interesting. That's where I have my force drop hotkey. That's also my down button on the side of the mouse too. To me, that feels really smooth. I have my idle Vil on mouse wheel down, but that was something I got from Chris's book over 12 years ago. So King's pushing the zebra back and forth while the zebra push off. Your flight stick and throttle has enough buttons for their game. What was game 3? Game 3 was walled hyper random. First time you read someone who's read Chris's book. One day I'll have to do like a YouTube video about Chris's book. It's an interesting piece of AoE 2 history. So, zebra pushed in. No real forward Vil fights, no militia drushing in the Dark Age. Just a bit of laming, but the zebra's far enough apart that, yeah, Lewis killed some, but that's about it. Not going out to mill them, though. He did, for the most part, push his zebras in. Boring Socotra game. So far, nothing too much. Just a bit of laming on zebras. And Varls, as the Khatan's already adding in the pastures. Those Dark Age pastures, no domestication. No upgrades for them. Alright, so Lewis using his king, still forward and scouting. Remember, the scout does get faster than the king in the feudal age, but king usually still can run back as long as you're paying attention. There's a Portuguese-Brazilian player who had a book. Okay, I'd never heard of that. What do they get as a bonus? Pastures are like the Teuton, Slav, and Chimera farm bonuses all rolled into one. They have a drop-off site right in the middle. 2 Vils can work on them. And they're a bit more efficient. And then They're cheaper than 2 individual farms. Oh, and Humble Jelly, thank you for gifting 10 subs. Thank you very much. Remember, everyone, as Margugu says, stay humble. Also less area to protect from raids too, right? Because you don't need to put them out by the mill, so you can put them wherever you fit them, where it's most protective. So that and the fact they're more compact because there are 2 vills on each, you have much less area to protect from raids. So forward watchtower is going up there for Lewis. There'll be a defensive watchtower for Barles as the militia come in, and we'll start hitting the wall with the scout and the militia. I don't think you'll break in, and yeah, nice rewall from Barles. But forward pressure, even if the tower doesn't go up, you're kind of annoying the berries. So Man-at-Arms on the way for Lewis, and he's going to delete the tower. And this is the downside for Barles. He built that tower, I think, more than Lewis did. Ooh. Lewis, I'm tempted to say that tower should have been 1 tile away, so it would be outside the range. But this tower, honestly, on the berries enough that it covers the far tower, too. This 1 tile of Fruit Bush doesn't have that much food left. I think if Lewis builds the tower 1 tile back, he hits the rest of the berries. And Barles basically just wastes the tower because he can't tower fight. But, yeah, now he can hit the tower. So, stone walling is Barles, and Barles here is thinking, I have the Catans, I'm researching domestication so that these pastures will have even more food on them when I reseed them. And I'm just gonna boom with my amazing economy with the pastures. That was another trick that was in Chris's book. It's the make the other person build their tower, delete yours when it's only very slightly done, and then move it. That was in his book. I remember that. Reseeding livestock? Reseeding? I don't know what else to call it. Rebuilding the pasture? The pasture there deleted. Replenishing? Rebreeding? Does the game actually have a tooltip for it? Repopulating the pasture. There we go. That's a good one. So skirm war, as you'd expect on this map. 6 skirms to 6 skirms. Barles defending, not able to mine the stone all that well with the skirmishers there, just being slightly harassed. I'll add more houses in the back. This is where now you're playing a game of Tetris to fit all of your farms, or all of your pastures around your TC however you can. Lewis's king is just out there in the open, just chilling. Not garrisoning him. Not gonna hide him in the back of his base, just gonna leave him out there on the side. Hope that nothing happens. Hope that the skirmishers don't find him. And okay, Vil running around the back. Oh, is this open? Is this open? Oh, that might have been open. That would have been an absolute disaster. Barles gets the wall up in time. Oh, okay, he's... Oh, actually, that might help trap the skirms. If Barles has the skirm number advantage here, which he does, those men-at-arms are going to be crucial for getting these skirms out of the way. Making sure they can escape. And Lewis has been mining stone. He's going to go for another tower. This tower will cover the stone. Clutching on the way for Barles as he'll run the skirms to the side. Is this a heaven or a hell map? Probably both. Probably both. Nerf pastures can't reseed in the same place. That's maybe like a nerf to farms until you like research crop rotation. that could be the effect of crop rotation. Of how Barles leaves the walls unfinished. Yeah, I guess he doesn't really need them to be finished. So he will be pushed off the stone. Maybe he has enough stone, though. He has 179. So I could do another tower if he needs one. Oh, Fiage in the forward saying it's a good book. Okay. I'll trust Fiage. Skirm's picking off the men-at-arms. I'll go fight the other skirms. Do the pros know about scouts? That's the thing, though, in Skirm Wars. You start growing scouts, and you slow down your castle each time. And people are so good at running away with their skirms now, scouts aren't even all that much of a counter. In some ways, buffing men-at-arms ends up buffing skirms, because now you have the men-at-arms that don't die as quickly to the skirms as spears, but still can fight off the scouts. So that tower won't go up for Lewis. That'll be denied. Barles will push this back. And, well, there's the scout dying to skirms right there. And Barles will be pushing this. Lewis still has more res collected. He's going to try to throw up more towers himself to defend. Where's his king? Okay, he did move his king all the way to the back. So the king is safe. And, well, there are your scouts from Barles. And now that all the skirms are killed, I mean, now Barles can push. It's Lewis with a slight villager count lead. But he lost the skirm fight. Doesn't have the forward towers. I'm gonna try to save this Vill somehow. Oh, nice pair of quick walls. I think the Vill still dies to the skirms, even after all of that effort. Yeah, scouts with +2 forging now for the Khitans. And don't think they'll break in right away, but sets him up nicely for a light cav transition in the Castle Age. Lewis has all of his... This is actually an awful map for Lewis. All the golds are forward, nothing behind his walls. He has to tower the gold. And now worry about skirms and scouts breaking in on the other side. There is the Castle Age, though. He is the first one to go up. Can go Cav Archer. I don't think Cav Archers work against the Jin Swordsman, though. I've seen that so many times, and the Jin Swordsmen just kind of hold with all their Pierce armor. I mean, maybe it works. I've seen Japanese Cav Archers themselves are pretty good, and they've failed at it. Haven't seen Khitans try it, though. I imagine it's just steppies, though. And, oh no, Lewis has a hole after the house. He didn't wall behind it properly. The scouts now are in. The Vills have to fight, but those scouts have too much attack. Oh, and the king's in the back. The scouts can just go for the king. If Barles realizes that, then Lewis is dead. It's regicide. He's got to be searching for the king. You gotta search the back areas for the king. Oh, Lewis... Oh, he's got to put the king in the tower. He recognizes it. Will Barles see it? He can see the king if he's paying attention. Sees that it's in the tower. The king can garrison, but the players didn't put it in the TC because they don't want to ungarrison the king if they're moving their vills around and retasking their eco. So this is what I've been seeing. They just kind of have the kings chilling out in the forests on this map. So Barles almost insta-won the game if he had just ran around there. We'll go back to work. I don't think go back to work does it, but if you're trying to change the gather point, then you send it out by the ungarrison hotkey. You could shift-click the pictures of the villagers to ungarrison them. That works too, but that might not be what you're used to doing. Make his death quicker and less painful. He's going for a workshop. What does the workshop do against all those light cav? And he's going for the Jin Swordsman. He does not have an economy anymore. He's going to try to rush up a house wall there. We can get some skirms back. Wall does go up, but there's another hole. Oh no, oh no. Armor, husbandry, light cav on the way. Jin Swordsman rams? I think he needs to clear the army first. Right now he doesn't have a way to do that. One Jin Swordsman won't be enough. He's going for a monastery in the back. That's not really going to help against light cav. Cav trying to find room on the wood line. And then the swordsman. That was a nice swordsman fight under the tower. Cav running away. They don't have iron casting yet, so only +2 instead of +4. We'll find another tower out here. So 5 difference in favor of Barls. And here is the Step Lancer. Here come the Steppies. And they should be decent against the Gen Swordsman, I think. Should be fairly decent. Nerf Barls, you need this to go to Game 7. Wait, race car driver saying you have a long race in front of you. You need something to listen to. And there's the GG from Lewis. And Barls will go up 3-1. Nicely done, Kitans on Socotra. Proven to be, once again, an amazing save with the pastures. Even with the equal economy, Barl's still significantly more food collected. I think it's probably the better graph, the food. But let's see, interesting. I mean, they were neck and neck, even in food for a long time. But then in late feudal, as the pastures get added in, then he starts to pull ahead. And that's what lets him get to that faster castle time. Yeah, so there he goes. That's your economy. Oop. Shrink the table. Yeah, castle timing there breaks in on the way up. Faster producing skirms for the win. Yeah, also they're skirms. They train faster. You get more of them. Yeah, that's true. Barls had the hunt lane, so you gotta account for that and how good the pastures were too. On Reverse Arena will be the next map. How do I feel about the pup? Personally, I really don't like TC's killing boar without any consequence. I think there needs to be a risk to that. Otherwise, it's just less fun. I think it's something that players want to, they can work towards and learn to do. And until that point, they just shoot with the villagers and there's no consequence. So I don't like that change. That's my biggest thoughts on the pup. I think it's removing something that's fun for very little benefit. I also need to talk to them about the map scripting changes, because the changes they're making to the math arithmetic, I think, actually make it far less powerful. How many games are lost in the first 2 minutes? Very few, because you just shoot with your villagers. Otherwise, it's your own fault if you're being greedy. Yeah, but the accidental sheep kills are something else, right? That's something I can understand. But the boar, I think, needs to be its own thing. I think the boar is a pretty well-designed system as it is now. I can understand if they think maybe it's too punishing and maybe give it like 50% food. But there needs to be there needs to be some type of risk to using the TC instead of the Vils. No score not updated. Thank you. That's when I gotta click so many buttons in between the games. I forgot to update the score. So that's 2-1 or 3-1 for Barls. Too many buttons for the ads. So he won Walled Hyper Random, and Lewis lost on Socotra. And what were those saves? That was Cuman's over Spanish, and then Catan's over the Wu. Thank you. How the map scripting? If you saw my stream last night, you saw the fact that now that on the surface the same thing, that the floating point operations are maintained as floats and not rounded, actually prohibits you from now using integer calculations. So stuff that I could do before, like rounding integers and computing a modulus, I can't do now. So maybe there's still a way I can implement trigonometric functions in the new system, but it was not obvious to me how it's possible to do so reliably. It is really a change that affects only me. But anyway, here we get into the next game. This will be on Reverse Arena. So I will swap the scoreboard sides around, and I will put Barles on the right. He will be in the red, building his TC right in the middle of Lewis's walls. To the west, we'll have Lewis. He will be in the blue, building his TC right in the middle of Barles' walls. So this is Reverse Arena. It's a nomad start. Put your TC wherever you want. Players just put it in the middle. You have an outpost, and you have your opponent's walls. And most where Borer Kill / Lame resigns. Well, I mean, so what, honestly? People resign in 5 minutes. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing if they mess up. I think that's part of the fun of the game. So, Tower Rush incoming. I mean, Tower Rush is weird because, like, you're Tower Rushing to break out. You can kind of go Vils to break out. It's a terrible experience for casuals. I very strongly disagree with that, Hagrider. If you're a casual player, you're not killing your boar with your TC. You just shoot it with the Vils. And if you are killing it with the TC, then there's the learning experience, but that it's a success by the time you actually learn to do it successfully. Part of having games is part of game design is you can't be afraid to do something that players need to learn, right? Or do something that players are negatively impacted by. I think it becomes a much less fun game if you don't have any negative impacts for them. So if you want to see the viewpoint of the players, then this is what they see. Their walls and their outposts give them some vision of their opponent. And, okay, interesting. So Barles is going to use his scout to destroy the outpost? Usually I've seen the scouts attacking the wall early on. But that's actually something pretty good. You destroy the outpost, and you're going to destroy their scouting ability. So, elephant on the way in. And we'll be hunted by the villas taken under the TC. Rarely bother using the TC. Benefit doesn't outweigh the risk for slow people like me. And now I can, which is nice. Well, that's the thing. It's not now that you can, it's now that using the TC is the optimal thing every time. Before, at least, there was a very small trade-off and you had a choice. I think it's much better to have that choice. Not giving any reasons I like it. I mean, I think it's a pretty clear game design thing where it's a better game design decision where it's more fun that there is the risk involved and it's something for players to learn. There's been tower rushes on this map before. I think we might see it. And plenty of things to learn, and using your boar and your TC is one of them. That's the thing, right? It's like a quick wall thing. It's mechanically it's fun to pull off. And if it's something that you just do every time and there's no timing involved where we're ungarrisoning the vills, then it's one, a bit less fun to pull off, and two, there's no risk to getting it wrong. So that removes some of the fun if there's no risk to it. So we'll have a pause. What is the pause for? Lewis needs a sec. Alright. Let's get a new Kippy with the TC. So, you have a ton of sheep on this map. And I have the mill here for Barls, and he's going for the... Oh, okay, Barls. What is this? What is this? Chopping through to the outside. He's chopping through to the outside with the mule cart. Oh, yes. Georgian's pick on the map. Next level, he can put the mule cart wherever he wants. He doesn't need to worry about like an efficient lumber camp on the walls. He's just going to chop around the walls. Lewis will see this, right? His walls give him line of sight. If he's paying attention, he'll see it. Maybe... Oh, is this part of the plan for Barls? If Barls attacks this wall with the scout, Lewis might just like see that on the minimap and think, hey, the scout's attacking me. Whereas if Barls chops around, then he'll get to the outside. Get to the outside.
Yes.
Here he goes. Sorry, 14, and there we go. Alright. So does Lewis see this? Does Lewis see this? That's the question. Must have picked green. He picked purple. He picks purple like he always does. But you're right, maybe this is the map to pick green. Pick green so you're less visible when doing this. And you want the Vills attacking the wall instead of the scout. The Vills have more bonus attack. And Barrack's gonna go up for Barls, Scout and the Vill coming forward. Of course, you can see red. That's true. Maybe he needs to think about the colors he picks for the maps. Maybe all those players who pick a color a different color every game are onto something. That way, if they pick a different color for a map like this, then no one will notice. Should have picked Celts. Oh, so he wants to wall this in. He's so close to walling him in. And he's there. He gets there. He gets there. Just in time. He gets the gate up. And he walls Lewis in. He does it. He locks the gate so that it's not going to open when he builds it. Guess that won't matter because the wall's there behind it anyway. And he somehow needs to repair the gate enough. It does not have much HP and he'll need to wall behind this. But he does it. He does it. Alright, so Lewis is trapped. Oh yeah, and also this, Barls can just walk into the gate because it's his scout, and he's feudal faster, so he's going to try to take the scout fight while he has the feudal scout. Vills do have loom. Another Vill forward, so now he can repair this. He can do loom himself. And Lewis is trapped. And Lewis calls the GG. Barls will win. That's how Barls wins. That's how Barls wins. With the gate. Demoralizing Lewis, trapping him in his base. Walls him in, gets the gate. The Georgians play with the mule cart to chop through on the wall worked. Age of Gates, he was so close to getting out. He was so close. But he got the gate up. Oh, probably a bit too early. Let's look at that. Let's look at the stats. 0-0 pacifist game. Slightly better economy for Barles, but 1028 feudal. Let's, I'm gonna go replay that. Let's look at the rec. Let's watch that from right from the beginning and see what Barles does. I want to see that again. So yeah, he goes for the TC right by the outpost, right? So I can speed this up. We'll put him in the red again, so he's the same color. So there you go, just scouting around. And once he does the TC, he'll get the free mule cart as the Georgians. What is his build order here? And this is a build, right? He's gonna push the zebras and get that timed. Ooh, okay, slightly messed up there. Wanted to get the zebra timed just as the TC was up. And what did he do there? So no loom. Just does the zebra, does the house, and there he goes. And 3 minutes in, mule cart on this wood line. So I think there are 2 trees he has to chop through here. Yeah, 1, 2, and then he's out. So immediately he goes for that tree. Called reverse arena because it ends in fuel. Immediately he goes for the tree. Chops the tree next to it too. Oh, there you go, 3 vills on the tree. So he's focusing that tree. He's focusing it, and he's even gonna chop that tree too. So once he gets through, this is focused from him. He can maybe even move the mule cart 1 tile farther, so the vills don't have to turn around. And considering how close the gate was, that would have mattered. So his entire plan this game: chop through, go forward to wall Lewis in, and Lewis in. If Lewis had attacked a wall, like, down here instead, those vills never get there in time. Alright, so there he goes. Should have picked Celts, and this is going to be really close. That wall, 69 hit points, nice. He's gonna break through. The vill doesn't build the corner of the gate. The vills are walking, and the gate goes up just before they get there. Your feet are on top of the gate, almost. And he gets the gate up. If Lewis had gone through this tile of wall, he'd have gotten out. And Barles also hits him with the 11. Should have picked Celts, so he's thinking he can maybe chop out faster. Why not just go FC on this map too? Because you're walled in by your opponent. You could FC, but then you need to do a second layer of walls behind it, and sometimes your res will be forward. And then you're giving up all the map control, so... Tries to break out again. Through the gate, through the wall. Not gonna happen, though. I mean, Lewis could have done the same, right? But at that point, Barles would know about it, and they're feudal, so if Barles sees that, he could tower it. Or he could go archers, or skirms. And yeah, I mean, the game isn't over here, right? Like, Lewis has more options, but that is just pretty funny that he calls it GG right there. Yeah, so he's trapped. Scout harassing him on the inside. And there's the GG. Had he clicked up to feudal then? It says he's Dark Age. Was he up to feudal and cancel it? I don't know. Maybe Capture Age canceled that. Anyway, so that is Heaven and Hell. He was 85% feudal. All right. So, once again, John Slow was the host. Don't know if he's going to interview Barles or anything, but I will give him a raid. So I'll end the stream on YouTube. Thank you all for stopping by. And we'll have more of the LingHe Cup coming up this week. And Barles is then the winner. Great. So it's a best of 7. That's 4-0. And I'll just get the score updated there. Reverse arena, ending the way it only could. What save even was Lewis? I didn't even pay attention to that. Does that matter? Anyway, I'll end the stream first on YouTube. See you all later.